considered by the Committee of the Whole, and this bill is sponsored by Senator Esther Okenyuri. There are a number of motions before the House this afternoon. The report of the Standing Committee on Health on the county oversight and networking engagements of Taita Taveta County, Mombasa, and Kwale counties is a motion that the Committee on Health seeks to have the House adopt its report. And similarly, the Committee of Health also visited counties in West Pokot, Trans Nzoia, and Turkana counties to ascertain the provision of healthcare facilities. The two reports will be adopted by the House this afternoon. The chairperson, Standing Committee on National Cohesion, Equal Opportunity and Regional Integration, who also serves as a senator for Marsabit County, Senator Mohamed Chute, will this afternoon be seeking to have the Senate adopt the report of his committee on the progress report of the Committee on Cohesion into the inquiry on the diversity, inclusivity of staff composition in agencies in Kenya. On Standing Orders number 52, subsection 1, nominated Senator Hezena will be making a statement regarding the joint Bunge Youth Dialogue that was held on the 7th of March 2025. And this dialogue was co-hosted by the Kenya Young Parliamentarians Association, popularly known as KYPA, and the Club of the Madrid's network of the youth, the young decision makers. Pursuant to Standing Orders number 53, and this is 53 subsection 1, a number of senators are set to seek for statements before the various standing committees of the House. Senator Seki, the senator for Kajiado County, will be seeking a statement from the Standing Committee on Matters Land, Environment and Natural Resources regarding the ongoing construction of a hotel within the Ngong Forest. It is a matter that has elicited public debate online. And away from this statement on the construction in Ngong, the Senator for Taita Taveta County, Senator Jones Maruma, will be seeking a statement from the Committee on Devolution concerning the non-remittance of staff SACCO deposits and loan repayment deductions to Kwetu SACCO and other financial institutions by the Taita Taveta County. Allow me to hand over for the Senate live broadcast. Enjoy your viewing.
Tazame kwa neema nyingi na baraka sisi watumishi wako ambao mmeridhika kutuita kwa nyadhifa za uongozi katika jamhuri hii yetu. Tukuomba tuwajalie tuyatende na kufikia mambo yote atakayofikishwa mbele yetu kwa njia ya haki na uaminifu ili kustawisha amani, ufanisi na heri nchi yetu na wale ambao haja zao umeskabidhi mikononi mwetu. Amen. Clerk, do we have quorum? Sergeant at Times, kindly ring the quorum bell for 10 minutes.
The quorum bell at the Senate this afternoon is currently ringing as per the directives by the Speaker of the House, currently presiding over the business of the Senate this afternoon. And the quorum bell being on ring mode is due to the mere fact that the House lacks quorum. And as you await for the quorum to be attained, the Senator for Taita Taveta County, Senator John S. Mwaruma, is set to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Devolution and Intergovernmental Relations concerning the non-remittance of staff SACCO deposit and loan repayment deductions to Kwetu SACCO and other financial institutions by the Taita Taveta County government. Senator Hamida Kibwana will be seeking a statement from the Standing Committee on Lands, Environment and Natural Resources concerning the status of housing facilities for forest rangers under the Kenya Forest Service, or KFS if you may like. Senator Sifuna, the Senator for Nairobi County, his statement will be to the Standing Committee on Matters Labour and Social Welfare regarding the state of affairs at the Kenya Rugby Union. Senator Tabitha Mutinda will be the last senator under Standing Orders number 53 subsection 1 to seek a statement, and her statement will be directed to the Standing Committee on Finance and Budget, in which she is the vice chairperson, and her statement is in regards to the operationalization of the Victim Protection Trust Fund. The Senator for Kiambu County, Senator Karongo Wadhangwa, is seeking to have the Senate establish a policy to regulate artificial intelligence, AI, and innovation in Kenya. And in the motion, the Senator for Kiambu is concerned of a number of factors. And among the concerns listed by the Senator for Kiambu is that there is no comprehensive legislative or policy framework to guide the governance, development, or ethical use of AI in Kenya, a phenomenon that is potentially likely to affect the innovation among local startups and youth-led tech enterprises. And in this motion that is seeking to establish a policy to regulate artificial intelligence and innovation in Kenya, the Senator for Kiambu is seeking to have the Senate resolve that the Ministry of Information, Communication and Digital Economy do develop a policy on artificial intelligence and emerging technologies, with particular emphasis on the promoting of research and development of locally relevant AI solutions. The quorum has been attained.
Business. Clerk, proceed to call the first order, please.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair.
Honorable Senators, on Monday, the 19th of May, 2025, by a letter dated the 19th of May, 2025, reference UDA/1/SAN/05/2025, the Secretary General of the United Democratic Alliance, UDA, party wrote to the Speaker of the Senate, notifying the Speaker of the Senate that nominated Senator Gloria Oroba has been expelled from the party. By the same letter, the Secretary General of UDA further notified the Speaker of the Senate that the said nominated senator ceased to be a UDA nominee to the Senate. In the same letter, the Secretary General also requested the Speaker of the Senate to issue a declaration of a vacancy of the seat being held by Senator Gloria Oroba. Now, Honorable Senators, on 21st May 2025, I also received a letter reference RPP/F/RP/015, Volume 6, into brackets 36, dated the 20th of May 2025, from the Registrar of Political Parties, communicating the decision of the disciplinary committee of the UDA on the expulsion of Senator Gloria Oroba from the UDA party. Attached to the letter was a copy of the disciplinary committee's decision and ratification by the National Executive Committee of UDA. Accordingly, via a special issue of the Kenya Gazette number 97, dated 21st of May 2025, containing Gazette Notice number 6461, I have communicated the occurrence of a vacancy in a member of the Senate elected through a party list. The Gazette Notice notifies the general public that pursuant to Article 103, 1EI of the Constitution and Section 37 of the Elections Act, the seat for the member of the Senate elected under Article 98, 1B of the Constitution and held by Senator Gloria Oroba has become vacant, with effect from today, Wednesday, 21st of May, 2025. Now, honorable senators, pursuant to the provisions of Article 101(2) of the Constitution and Section 16(3) and 37 of the Elections Act, I have notified the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, IEBC, and the political party concerned of the vacancy arising in the office of a member of the Senate elected under Article 98, 1B of the Constitution. The Senate is accordingly notified. Thank you. Take your seats, honorable members. I have further communications to make. Senator Karen Nyamu. Honorable senators, Senator Seki, you're out of order. Honorable senators, as you will recall, the motion on the consideration of the report of the Standing Committee on Finance and Budget on the fourth basis for allocating the share of national revenue among counties was scheduled for consideration on the 8th of May 2025. However, before the motion was moved, several senators rose on points of order, highlighting the need for more time to interrogate the contents of the report and gain a better understanding of the recommendation by the committee. Consequently, following consultation with the chairperson of the Standing Committee on Finance and Budget, it was agreed that the motion be deferred and rescheduled for debate on Thursday, 22nd of May 2025, to provide senators with sufficient time to familiarize themselves with the contents of the report. Honorable senators, in this regard, the Standing Committee on Finance and Budget has organized a breakfast meeting for honorable senators. The purpose of this meeting is to appraise senators on the contents of the report, facilitate consultation and consensus building on the way forward regarding the matter. The breakfast meeting is scheduled to be held in the Senate Chamber, Main Parliament's buildings on Thursday, 22nd May 2025 at 9 a.m. That is tomorrow. I thank you. Again, honorable senators, as you may be aware, the National Prayer Breakfast is an annual event in the calendar of Parliament. It is an international prayer meeting sponsored by members from both houses of Parliament. The event is coordinated by an organizing committee which has been working closely with the Kenya National Prayer Breakfast Coordination Team. The organizing committee is co-chaired by Senator Daniel Manzo, MP, and Honorable Samuel Chepkonga, MP of the National Assembly. The National Prayer Breakfast has been instrumental in fostering national healing, reconciliation, and understanding on the challenges that face our country. The event will undoubtedly continue to be a uniting forum for our national ethos. Honorable senators, this year's National Prayer Breakfast is scheduled to be held on Wednesday, the 28th of May, 2025, at the Safari Park Hotel in Nairobi from 7 a.m. The theme for the event is Rise and Rebuild. I therefore take this opportunity to invite all senators to the 22nd edition of the National Prayer Breakfast. Further details relating to the event will be given through the office of the Clerk of the Senate. Finally, I would like to acknowledge the presence in the public gallery this afternoon of visiting teachers and students from Kijabe Girls High School in Kiambu County. The delegation comprises 6 teachers and 126 students who are in the Senate for a one-day academic exposition. Honorable Senators, in our usual tradition of receiving and welcoming visitors to Parliament, I extend a warm welcome to them, and on behalf of the Senate, and on my own behalf, wish them a fruitful visit. I will call upon the Majority Leader to extend the word of welcome to the delegation under 1 minute. You may proceed, Majority Leader. Let the delegation be, are you seeing clarification on Kijabe school? Yeah, let the delegation be properly acknowledged and celebrated by the Majority Leader. You may proceed, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, as punishment for interrupting a very solemn moment when students visit our institution, I'll be requesting that we move the House that Senator Boni Alwale be compelled to meet with the students and buy lunch for them, Mr. Speaker. Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, I join these students that have joined us this afternoon to follow proceedings here in the Senate. Welcome to the Senate of the Republic of Kenya. I hope that you have a full value for the time that you have taken. There isn't much that has happened yet, but like I always say, things always boil from 0 to 100 in the span of a second in this House. So don't be in a hurry. Enjoy the debate. Get to interact with members, those that will have the time to, and I wish you well in your studies. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Next order. Yes, what is your point of clarification, Senator Kalwale?
I sit on the Senate Finance and Budget Committee, and in our last sitting, the Vice Chair, who was then chairing, advised us that during tomorrow's breakfast meeting, one of the leaders of the Republic will address the Senate. So the clarification I seek is that in that meeting I was in the minority. I would have rather that if such a thing should take place, it should be pursuant to Standing Order number 29. Mr. Speaker, if indeed it is true, why are we not pursuing Standing Order number 29? Instead, we are allowing this dignitary to sneak into this very important meeting for discussing the formula for sharing revenue.
Senator Boni, indeed, it has been indicated to me by both the Majority Leader and the Minority Leader that the Honorable Prime Minister and Party Leader for the Orange Democratic Movement will be coming for purposes of consulting with members of the Senate on that formula. He is not coming pursuant to the standing order that you have just invoked. He's coming in a consultative forum where we will sit to hear his thoughts, and thereafter we will also put our heads together as the House behind a closed door to deliberate and try to see if he can be able to harm a consensus on this formula. As and when he's coming to address the Senate in open plenary, then certainly that standing order will be invoked, but not for purposes of tomorrow's meeting. Senator Fernandi.
Maybe, Speaker, I needed your guidance because further interpretation of Standing Order number 29, while I appreciate we can caucus and parliamentary caucuses are allowed and consultations are allowed, the interpretation of Standing Order number 29 says there can be modification. So we really want to know the modification that your office and the clerk's office will apply, because this is a distinguished visiting dignitary. He is not the ordinary mortal, the holopolois of the street. This is one of the prime ministers of this republic, Mr. Speaker. He is one of the senior members of broad-based government, Mr. Speaker, and he has the eye and the ears of the president. So we really need on how we can prepare on how to receive him and how to engage. And it is important, Speaker, that even as we sit, what will be the agenda, because many Kenyans will really want to know, knowing that the former Prime Minister, as they say, Papa Podpek, has always been on the agenda of having money devolved to counties and also removal of NGCDF. So it is important so that as we go to consultation, the modification of Standing Order number 29. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
You know, honorable senators, our standing orders can only be invoked when the Senate is officially sitting. The meeting that is going to take place tomorrow is not an official sitting of the Senate. It is a consultative forum. In fact, we had chosen some hotel somewhere in the outskirts of Nairobi to hold this meeting. But because of logistics challenges, we decided to have it within the precincts of Parliament. So it is not a sitting for purposes of our standing orders. Next order.
Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions.
Senator Boni, take your seat. Just about to report a petition. Honorable Senators, I hereby report to the Senate that a petition has been submitted through the clerk by members of the core civil society network for human rights concerning the inaccessibility of public buildings and offices by persons with disabilities, PWDs, in Mombasa County. As you may be aware, as you are aware, under Article 119(1) of the Constitution, and I quote, every person has a right to petition Parliament to consider any matter within its authority, including enacting, amending, or repealing any legislation. Honorable Senators, the salient issues raised in the petition are as follows. 1, there are a majority of public buildings in Mombasa County, including Bima Towers, the Betting and Control Building, the Office of the Deputy Commissioner of Movita, the Mombasa County Assembly, Uhuru na Kazi, the Mombasa Law Courts, and the National Environment and Management Authority are inaccessible to persons with disabilities, PWDs. That the Betting and Control Building, which houses several county government offices and departments, has been inaccessible to PWDs for at least 5 years. That the Uhuru na Kazi building, which accommodates major government offices, including the National Council for Persons with Disabilities, often has lifts that are out of service. That despite numerous renovations, the Mombasa County Assembly has not complied with the accessibility requirements, and its gallery remains inaccessible to PWDs. That the offices of the Deputy Commissioner from Vita at Treasury Square lack access, provisions, and lifts for PWDs. Additionally, the building housing the Mombasa Law Courts also lacks lifts, with most courtrooms located on the first floor. That the petitioners have made several attempts to resolve the concerns presented in the petition with the Department of Lands, Housing and Urban Planning, the National Councils for Persons with Disability, the Mombasa County Commissioner, the Governor of Mombasa County, the Speaker of the County Assembly of Mombasa, and the National Gender and Equality Commission, all of which have yielded unsuccessful results. Consequently, the petitioner prays that the Senate intervenes by doing the following. 1, instituting an inquiry into the status of accessibility of all buildings in Mombasa County to persons with disabilities in accordance with the Constitution and all other relevant regulations and standards. And 2, making recommendations to relevant government agencies to ensure that all buildings in Mombasa County are accessible to PWDs. Now, Honorable Senators, pursuant to Standing Order 2381, the petition is hereby committed to the Committee on Labor and Social Welfare for consideration. And in terms of Standing Order 2382, the committee is required, in not more than 60 calendar days from the time of reading the prayer, which is today, to table its report to the Senate for consideration. I thank you. Next order.
Order number 5, papers. Order number 6, notices of motion.
Senator Joe Newton. Senator Newton.
Mr. Speaker, I had requested to comment on that petition. I don't know whether it's allowable.
Senator Newton, I called you so that you give notice.
Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a notice on a motion on implementation of an automated and decentralized certificate of good conduct system in Kenya. I beg to give notice of the following motion, Mr. Speaker, that aware a certificate of good conduct is a major requirement for Kenyan citizens in accessing employment, business opportunities, and in some instances, financial engagements with the financial institutions in Kenya, with a certificate having a validity period of 1 year. Concerned that many Kenyans are compelled to travel long distances to access this service, both for the initial application and for any subsequent applications, making the process tedious, time-consuming, and costly. Further concerned that the current manual application system is prone to delays and inconsistencies which may compromise the authenticity and the integrity of a certificate of good conduct. Cognizant that the importance of introducing an automated good conduct certification system, including the utilization of biometric fingerprint verification through the deployment of biometric kits, will enhance accuracy, security, and expediency in verifying individuals' record. Now, therefore, the Senate resolves that the National Police Service Commission, in collaboration with the Ministry of Interior and National Administration, to 1, develop and implement an automated good conduct certification system designed to streamline the issuance, renewal, and verification of certificates of good conduct. 2, incorporate advanced technologies such as biometric fingerprint recognition, data encryption, and secure communication protocols to ensure the accuracy of individual records. 3, establish decentralized service points and deploys mobile registration units across counties to enhance accessibility, especially in remote areas. And 4, scale up awareness initiatives in rural areas on the application and renewal process for the certificate of good conduct. 2, establishment of a policy to regulate artificial intelligence, AI, and innovation in Kenya. That aware that the 4th industrial revolution is redefining economies globally through emerging technologies such as artificial intelligence, AI, blockchain, and financial technology, fintech. Further aware that Kenya has made commendable strides in digital infrastructure and mobile innovation, positioning itself as a potential leader in Africa's tech-driven future, noting that in a landmark decision, the African Union Executive Council endorsed the Continental AI Strategy during its 45th ordinary session in Accra, Ghana on July 18th to 19th, 2024, to underscore Africa's commitment to an Africa-centric development-focused approach to AI, promoting ethical, responsible, and equitable practices. Cognizant that the Continental AI Strategy calls for unified national approaches among AU member states to navigate the complexities of AI-driven change, aiming to strengthen regional and global cooperation and position Africa as a leader in inclusive and responsible AI development. Appreciating that the Ministry of Information, Communications, and the Digital Economy recently formulated the complexities.
Honorable Senator Newton.
Yes.
You were to give notice on the implementation of the automated and decentralized certificate of good conduct system.
Sorry, I went all the way to number.
You are reading the entire order paper.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker, for that particular mishap. Mr. Speaker, I beg to give notice of that motion that I had read before.
Thank you, Senator Karungo Watangwa. Senator Newton, to neaten the record, you may have to give notice afresh. Yes.
Okay, Mr. Speaker.
Because we're going to disregard all that you've said.
Okay. Sorry for that, Mr. Speaker. Then this notice of motion on implementation of an automated and decentralized certificate of good conduct system in Kenya. And I beg to give notice of the following motion, that aware that a certificate of good conduct is a major requirement for Kenyan citizens in accessing employment, business opportunities, and in some instances financial engagement with financial institutions in Kenya, with the certificate having a validity period of 1 year. Mr. Speaker, concerned that many Kenyans are compelled to travel long distances to access this service, both for the initial application and for any subsequent applications, making the process tedious, time-consuming, and costly. Further concerned that the current manual application system is prone to delays and inconsistencies, which may compromise the authenticity and integrity of a certificate of good conduct. Cognizant that the importance of introducing an automated good conduct certification system, including the utilization of biometric fingerprint verification through the deployment of biometric kits, will enhance accuracy, security, and expediency in verifying individuals' record. Now, therefore, the Senate resolves that the National Police Service Commission, in collaboration with the Ministry of Interior and National Administration, to 1, develop and implement an automated good conduct certification system designed to streamline the issuance, renewal, and verification of certificates of good conduct. 2, Mr. Speaker, incorporate advanced technologies such as biometric fingerprint recognition, data encryption, and secure communication protocols to ensure the accuracy of individuals' records. 3, establish decentralized service points and deploys mobile registration units across counties to enhance accessibility, especially in remote areas. And 4, Mr. Speaker, scale up public awareness initiatives in rural areas on the application and renewal process for the certification of good conduct. I beg to move, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Karungo Athangwa is not present. This notice is deferred. Next, Order Clerk.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
Statements pursuant to Standing Order 52-1. Senator Ezena Lemalentiana. That statement is dropped. Statements pursuant to Standing Order 53-1. Senator Hamida Kibwana. That statement is dropped. Senator for Nairobi County, Senator Edwin Sifuna.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Labour and Social Welfare on a matter of national concern regarding the state of affairs at the Kenya Rugby Union. In the statement, the committee should address the following. Number 1, the operational and financial standing of the Kenya Rugby Union, including details on the amount of sponsorship funds channeled to KRU by various corporate entities from 2022 to 2025 or to date, and the specific expenditures of the union relating to the same period. Number 2, the current status of the report by the KRU chairman, Mr. Alexander Sasha Mutahi, to the DCI regarding alleged criminal and fraudulent activities within the union. Thirdly, whether all serving KRU directors possess the necessary qualifications to hold their respective offices. And lastly, Honorable Speaker, the actions being taken to address the governance and other challenges afflicting the union to avert sanctions from the World Rugby. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Senator for Kajiado County, the Honorable Senator Seki Lenku Olekana.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I request for a statement on the ongoing constructions of a hotel within Ngong Forest. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Lands, Environment and Natural Resources on a matter of national concerns regarding the ongoing construction of a hotel within Ngong Road Forest adjacent to a sanctuary area. Mr. Speaker, sir, civil societies organizations, including the Green Belt Movement and the general public, have raised serious concerns over the constructions of a hotel within the protected forest reserves. This development seriously breaches environmental protection laws, planning regulations, and public trust. In the statement, the committee should address the following: the identity of the developer currently constructing the hotel within the Ngong Road Forest, the finding of the environmental impact assessments for the constructions of projects, and whether the public was informed and or involved in the assessment as completed by the Environmental Management and Coordination Act, whether the construction project was approved by relevant authorities, including the Kenya Forest Service, the relevant county governments, and the National Environmental Management Authority, and if so, obtain information on the legal basis of such approval, considering Ngong Forest status as a gazetted forest reserves. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The Senator for Taita Taveta County, the Honorable Senator Maruma.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity to request for a statement on non-remittance of staff deductions by Taita Taveta County Government. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Devolution and Intergovernmental Relations on a matter of county-wide concern regarding the non-remittance of staff SACCO deposits and loan repayment deductions to Kwetu SACCO and other financial institutions by the Taita Taveta County Government. Mr. Speaker, sir, the Taita Taveta County Government has been deducting funds from employees' salaries for SACCO deposits and loan repayment to Kwetu SACCO and other financial institutions. However, the county government has failed to remit these deductions to the respective institutions as required by law and existing agreements. In the statement, the committee should address the following. 1, the total amount of money deducted from employees of the Taita Taveta County Government for SACCO deposits and loan repayments to Kwetu SACCO and other financial institutions which are yet to be remitted to the institutions, including details on the specific amounts per institution, as well as the duration for which the remittances have remained pending. 2, the reasons for the failure by the county government to remit these deductions, as well as the specific timelines for remittance of all outstanding amounts. 3, the measures in place to prevent such delays and or failures in future. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Tabitha Mutinda. That statement is dropped. Senator Karen Nyamu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on National Security, Defense and Foreign Relations on a matter of county-wide concern regarding the ongoing harassment, abuse, and violent eviction of hawkers in the Nairobi Central Business District by the Nairobi City County Enforcement Officers. Mr. Speaker, recent events in the CBD have brought to light troubling incidents involving county enforcement officers against hawkers. These include physical assault, extortion, and sexual abuse, particularly targeting female hawkers. Such acts are not only unethical and unlawful, but also violate Article 28 and 29 of the Constitution, as well as statutes, including the Sexual Offences Act and the Code of Conduct for Public Officers. Mr. Speaker, the informal sector serves as a critical economic lifeline for many urban residents and should therefore be integrated into the urban economy. However, hawkers continue to face harassment and lawful arrests, confiscation of their goods, and intimidation, often by officers who are unidentifiable and operate with impunity. These actions have disproportionately affected vulnerable populations, including women, youth, and persons with disabilities, exacerbating their economic and personal insecurity. In the statement, the committee should address the following: the policy framework guiding the Nairobi City County Government Enforcement Officers' actions against hawkers. 2, whether enforcement officers receive sufficient training to ensure compliance with the law and ethical standards and the systems in place to hold them accountable for misconduct. 3, the measures being taken by the county government to establish inclusive, adequate, and accessible vending spaces for hawkers while ensuring protection, especially for women, from physical abuse, extortion, and sexual violence. 4, the existence and effectiveness of oversight and complaint handling mechanisms through which hawkers and the public can report misconduct by enforcement officers. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Amida.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My statement is regarding status of housing facilities for forest rangers under the Kenya Forest Service. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53.1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee of Land, Environment and Natural Resources on a matter of national concern, namely the status of housing facilities for forest rangers under the Kenya Forest Service, KFS. Mr. Speaker, sir, forest rangers play a vital role in protecting forests, which are essential for biodiversity, water catchment, climate regulation, and the livelihoods of millions. Despite this, their welfare, especially housing, remains severely overlooked. Many rangers live in unsafe and unsanitary conditions without basic amenities, and some are even forced to stay in makeshift shelters or tents near forest outposts. Supporting forest conservation requires investing in decent, sustainable housing for rangers, as it is both a welfare issue and a matter of national and environment security. In the statement, the committee should address the following: the current state of the housing infrastructure for forest rangers at all Kenya Forest Service stations and outposts across the country. Number 2, measures that the Kenya Forest Service has taken to assess, maintain, or upgrade existing housing facilities for its personnel. Number 3, plans for the Ministry of Environment, Climate Change and Forestry to invest in sustainable, safe and decent housing for forest rangers, including through public-private partnerships, and indicate any projected timelines for implementing these improvements. Finally, budgetary allocations and policy frameworks in place to support the long-term welfare of forest rangers, particularly in relation to their living conditions. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Hezana, you may proceed to make your statement pursuant to Standing Order 52. And thereafter, we'll move to comments. Majority Leader, you should guide new members correctly. You should not scare them. Proceed, Honorable Senator.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to the Standing Order 52.1 to make a statement on a matter of national concern on the joint Bunge Youth Dialogue held on the 17th of March 2025, co-hosted by the Kenya Young Parliamentarians Association and the Club de Madrid WYDE network of young decision makers. The event took place within the precincts of Parliament at the Kenyatta International Conference Center. Mr. Speaker, sir, this dialogue was a deliberate and strategic intervention designed to bridge the persistent gap between youth-led civic action and formal policy making. Members of county assemblies, student leaders, and civil societies actors alongside international delegates from over 10 countries. I wish to specifically acknowledge the presence of distinguished young parliamentarians from across the globe who made significant contributions to the deliberations. 1, Honorable Augusta Nadi and Honorable Mubarak Kumari from Nigeria, Honorable Joanna Mamombe from Zimbabwe, Honorable Sengoi Zaya from Mongolia, and Honorable Banda Chisomo from Zambia. Their voices reinforced a global consensus. Young people are rising, and parliaments must rise with them. Mr. Speaker, sir, a central feature of the dialogue was a vibrant mock parliamentary session during which 2 landmark motions were debated and unanimously adopted. 1, motion on youth and democracy in Kenya, which called for dismantling of systemic and structural barriers to youth inclusion in governance. It emphasized the need for civic education, political reform, and institutional recognition of youth voices. 2, motion on youth and democracy, a global commitment which positioned Kenya as a champion of youth participation on the international stage, advocating for youth quotas, political finance reform, and representation in global decision-making platforms. These motions were not abstract. They were rooted in lived experiences. The discussions captured the frustration of young people facing exclusion from political party structures, economic disempowerment, lack of civic awareness, and tokenistic representation. Mr. Speaker, sir, the dialogue did not merely diagnose the problem, it charted a course for action. KYPA, in collaboration with Club de Madrid and relevant stakeholders, committed to a concrete, actionable framework, including 1, cascading mock parliaments to all 47 counties with institutional backing to entrench civic education and participatory governance. 2, establishing a youth policy consolidation framework to link grassroots concern to national legislation and policy making. 3, institutionalizing structured youth dialogues in partnership with county governments and assemblies. 4, creating safe civics platforms for marginalized and rural youth, particularly in arid, informal, and underserved regions. 5th, developing a digital engagement portal to enable real-time issue tracking and feedback between youth and parliament. Last but not least, tabling youth-led proposals in both houses of parliament with a commitment to follow through to implementation. Mr. Speaker, sir, with over 75% of Kenya's population under 35, Kenya's democracy cannot afford to sideline its youth. This dialogue affirmed that young people in Kenya are not asking for charity, they are demanding equity, representation, and access. They seek to move from protest to policy, from street mobilization to structured leadership. For this to happen, Parliament must act. Mr. Speaker, sir, I wish to acknowledge and thank the speakers and clerks of both houses of Parliament for continued support to the Kenya Young Parliamentarians Association and for facilitating the hosting of the dialogue at the KICC. This gesture affirms the critical role of Parliament in fostering youth leadership and democratic inclusion. Let me also emphasize, Mr. Speaker, that the partnerships between KYPA and Club de Madrid is not cosmetic, it is deliberate, reform-focused, and long-term. This is not a one-off event. We are committed to implementing the resolutions of this dialogue and cascading them to all counties. not through talk shops, but through legislative mentorship, civic dialogues, and grassroots policy action. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I urge this House to extend full legislative and institutional support to the outcomes of the Bunge Youth Dialogue. Let these ideas not gather dust in reports and communiques. Let them be translated into motions, bills, budget lines, and ultimately into the lives of young people across this nation. Let history remember that this parliament stood with its youth and that it acted when it mattered the most. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Senators, we will we'll have comments for half an hour, and therefore, if you get an opportunity to speak, kindly keep it under 3 minutes. The Honorable Senator Moses Otieno Kajwang. The Honorable Senator Cheriot Aaron Kipkiru.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise to comment on this statement by Senator Edwin Sifuna on the operations of KRU. As a fan of rugby and sports in general, Mr. Speaker, it must be our interest to ensure that our federations function optimally. And anytime there are accusations of either maladministrations in those institutions, any fan of sports must take in interest. And therefore, I hope that KRU shall be open to this kind of scrutiny. And perhaps even as a house, we can assist them to achieve their objectives, because it's not just about pointing fingers of accusation, but finding nexus through which we can collaborate with them, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that we take rugby to even greater levels than what it already is. While still on the topic of sports, Mr. Speaker, I must express great dissatisfaction with the operations at Sports Kenya, Mr. Speaker. You know, Mr. Speaker, that this country has only one continental tour known as the Kipkeino Classic, and it happens once every year. We are the only African country, actually, that has the honor of serving, of hosting, actually, that international, a gold league standard competition, Mr. Speaker. And this year, I saw a memo being released yesterday by Sports Kenya that because of the unavailability of Nyayo Stadium and Kasarani, it shall be held at the Ulinzi Stadium. That cannot be the case, Mr. Speaker. I am told that Sports Kenya gave a contractor to repair the running track at Nyayo Stadium. Some fellow who could not tell the difference between what glue to use on that tartan, and therefore they showed up with super glue and ended up messing up the entire track. If that is a case and Kipkeino Classic, Mr. Speaker, is held at Ulinzi and we end up losing the hosting right of that institution, I don't see why the board and the CEO of Sports Kenya should remain in office. It's really unfortunate, Mr. Speaker. We still have time up to the 31st of May, where this event will be happening, for them to put their act together. But we cannot tolerate, Mr. Speaker, that kind of... You cannot expect, Mr. Speaker, that international athletes will run on the same track where Senator Cherargei normally trains, Mr. Speaker, at Ulinzi. That's really unfortunate and uncalled for. Therefore, I hope, Mr. Speaker, that before the 31st of May, Sports Kenya will put its act together and we will have a gold standard competition in the name of Kipkeino Classic 2025. I thank you.
Senator Sifuna.
Speaker, allow me to make a comment on the statement that was brought by the Senator for Kajiado, the Honorable Seki. Speaker, just a few weeks ago, I think it is not more than a month, the Cabinet Secretary responsible for the environment was here with us. And part of the problem we raised with the way that the Kenya Forest Service manages public relations is that they never tell the public when they are planning to do something or engage even the stakeholders in the community when they're developing plans for anything to do with our forests. You will wake up one day and Karura Forest is trending, they are cutting trees, they have not told anybody, and then they come and tell you they were harvesting mature trees. Now, Honorable Speaker, they have gone into Ngong Road Forest, and out of the blue, somebody is building a hotel in the middle of the forest without telling anybody. Honorable Speaker, it takes the locals there, the people, the neighbors, to raise the alarm and say there's something that is happening in the forest, for them to come out. And then I saw the chief conservator of forests coming there and saying, oh, the project is above board. Our constitution requires transparency. when you are dealing with public property, all it takes, Honorable Speaker, is for KFS to tell us, these are the plans for this particular forest, engage the stakeholders, engage the public, let us have NEMA on board, so that we are all clear that there is a project that is happening, and this is how it's going to benefit us, especially when it comes to conservation of a forest. But this issue of them waiting for social media outrage, then they come and tell us, oh, this thing is above board. Honorable Speaker, we need to call out the Kenya Forest Service. Lastly, Honorable Speaker, on the statement that has been brought by my sister, Senator Karen Nyamu, when the current governor, Sakaja, was running, he promised a city of dignity and order. I will leave it to the public to judge his performance so far, whether there is dignity and there is order in this city. Honorable Speaker, because my office is across from me is at KICC, sometimes even leaving KICC is difficult. There's hawkers protesting at his office every day. The inhumane manner in which these kanjos continue to handle the people, Honorable Speaker, we have to call him out, because he's the one who made a specific promise. It is as if these city council askaris, Honorable Speaker, are incorrigible. That even when he promised us that he's going to take them for trainings about what training do you need to be humane when you're doing your job, Honorable Speaker? Just recently, the PWDs who also do their business on the streets in Nairobi were kicked out, and Honorable Speaker, you know these are people who need to be handled with care. Every single day you wake up, Honorable Speaker, there is a case of these kanjos mishandling Kenyans and the people of Nairobi. So when the governor appears before this committee, let him answer to the people of Nairobi what is going on with this force. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Senator Bone.
Mr. Speaker, in 1989, Parliament kept quiet when Professor Wangari Maathai single-handedly fought the then president of Kenya, over grabbing of Uhuru Park, because they wanted to put up a hotel of 60-story. I want to congratulate Senator Seki that now you have allowed Parliament to speak to this attempt to grab the Ngong Road forest. Mr. Speaker, the committee must clearly tell the country who is the developer. 2, does Ngong Road forest still exist, or these politicians have excised it and shared it among themselves? Mr. Speaker, I want to request members of the public to forgive some of the clean politicians. Not all politicians want to grab land, want to have land in the city. A green space in a city is a big thing. It must not take any effort to protect it. And because this is not an accident, Mr. Speaker, this developer actually went there, received permits, he was given licenses, he has even cut trees in that place, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it must concern this House that this attempt is a stone throw away from Talanda City. So these greedy people, corrupt people, they are dying to have a hotel next to the new city so that they can do business. All this is vanity. Why don't they ask God? God will tell them that whether they like it or not, the law will catch up with them, and death is going to catch up with them. Let us protect Nairobi, the famous green city in the sun. Mr. Speaker.
Senator Morgan.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, sir, I wanted to seek a clarification from the communication that you had earlier made to the House, touching on Senator Gloria Oroba. Mr. Speaker, I wanted to bring it to the attention
Senator Mogeni,
yes.
We are now on comments on the statement that have been requested. If you don't have any comments, kindly yield.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker, I wanted on 11th of May 2021, President was set a similar communication was made to the House.
Yes, but let us dispense with the comments
My majority
first.
here.
Let us dispense with the comments
thank
first.
you.
Because we have limited time to do this.
I abide.
Senator Osotsi. No, Senator Osotsi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, allow me to comment on two statements. The first statement by Senator Sifuna on the affairs of the Kenya Rugby Union. Mr. Speaker, it's unfortunate that most of the sporting associations in Kenya are riddled with corruption and mismanagement. And I think it's important that the committee that will be looking at this matter to go to the depth of the issues at the Kenya Rugby Union so that those officials who are involved in any kind of malpractice should be subjected to the law. It is unfortunate that our associations which are supposed to be managing the sports for the welfare of our youth, they are instead turning those associations into money-minting ventures. And that is why this country, which has huge potential in sports, is lagging behind in sports because of the conduct of the very people who are supposed to be managing this association. I also want to comment on the statement by Senator Mwaruma on the issue of non-remittance of statutory deduction by county governments. Mr. Speaker, this problem is rampant in most counties. We continue to see queries around non-remittance of SACCO dues, non-remittance of NSSF, non-remittance of SHA and other important statutory deduction by county government. But one question that we must be asking ourselves, what is the role of control of budget? Because the control of budget is the one who approves these requisitions. How does she approve requisition of salaries without checking on the status of statutory deduction? I think it's important that the control of budget must be summoned by this House to explain how he or she is able to approve salaries without the statutory deduction being included. Because that is where the problem is, Mr. Speaker. We have so many staff in our county governments who cannot access SACCO loans, and yet they have been deducted SACCO amount from their salaries, and they are suffering. Mr. Speaker, this is a very serious problem, and how I wish the committee concerned should not just stop at Taita Taveta county government, but all the other county governments which are engaged in this very serious malpractice of not submitting remittance to the relevant institutions, including SACCOs. Mr. Speaker, I expect that the committee will invite all the other counties which have this problem. And even as we speak about this, Mr. Speaker, we did an inquiry the other day in my committee on the pensions, where counties owe pensioners
Senator Fernandi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sir, I rise to support the statement by Senator Edwin Watenya Sifuna on the affairs of Kenya Rugby Union. Mr. Speaker, sports associations have turned into conclaves and enclaves of perpetuating corruption, and they feel that they cannot be held accountable. Mr. Speaker, as much as some of us are fans of sports, it does not give the license to officials in our sports federation to carry out the bad manners that we are seeing that they are trying to do. Mr. Speaker, I want to demand the following as a progress. That Office of the Auditor General must forthwith do special and forensic audit against financial statements of Kenya Rugby Union, Mr. Speaker. Secondly, The DCI must fast track the investigations of fraudulent activities within Kenya Rugby Union, Mr. Speaker, and be held accountable. I normally see DCI very efficient when it comes to arresting politicians. I want to test their efficiency in concluding this investigation into fraudulent activities in Kenya Rugby Union. Mr. Speaker, the fourth point is the number of board members. Their terms have expired. Mr. Speaker, we should follow the law in this country. Mr. Speaker, and that is why I'm saying football, and I want to challenge officials of Sports Federation, Basketball, Athletics Kenya, Federation of the Football, Mr. Speaker, all federations, including Kenya Rugby Union Federation. Why do they fear elections? As politicians, we don't fear elections. Mr. Speaker, you remember Athletics Kenya have never held elections for almost 10 years. There's 15 years, they are staying longer than Mugabe. Why would want people to be Mugabes of this world? What is so special in clinging to power in our federations, Mr. Speaker? What I must, the other day, Football Federation of Kenya held elections, Mr. Speaker, and nothing has happened. What is it that Kenya Rugby Union fear in holding an election for part of transparency and accountability, Mr. Speaker? And I want to assure the Senator of Nairobi, we are in this together to the full whole, Mr. Speaker. We must fix the mess in Kenya Rugby Union. It cannot be business as usual, Mr. Speaker. Finally, on Senator Karen Nyamu's statement on harassment, Mr. Speaker, the current governor told us, Sakaja, that lazima I work. Unfortunately, I work. That's the position. It doesn't work. Mr. Speaker, how can you? I was embarrassed. I expected the women of this country to be demonstrating on streets for sexual harassment in the guise by these askaris, Mr. Speaker. How can you harass the disabled, the PWDs, Mr. Speaker? The mama bogas, the border, the hustlers, Mr. Speaker. We will not allow Sakaja to get away with this. It must be dealt with. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Omtata.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I begin by commenting on the statement by Senator Karen on the hawkers. We must realize that hawking is a very important industry in any area or in any society, because it's in hawking. It's only in hawking that you need minimum capital to be able to engage and trade. With 50 shillings, you can buy tomatoes and make 100 shillings at the end of the day. So we only need to find a way of regulating this industry of quick wealth generation so that young people can be able to engage in it. And also, given the low capital requirements, sometimes it's the only area where people are disadvantaged can engage in some form of enterprise to move forward. On the question of the rugby union, I think generally sports in this country has been taken for granted. Sports is no longer just an idle area. Sports is a major industry. Sports is a major industry, and in a country that is grappling with employment challenges, very huge unemployment, I think if we gave it the chance, the attention it requires, sports should move forward. And there's this culture of utadu, because why all these things are happening is you go back to law enforcement. Law enforcement is heavily compromised. The Office of the Auditor General, the EACC, the police, all these people are so compromised that you find people do what they want and they tell you to do whatever, they dare you. But the time is coming when we should really, Mr. Speaker, sir, have these organizations called to book, where there is this rampant misuse of funds or public institutions. We should also be holding to account the organizations that are supposed to do the audit. There's been a trend to think that Parliament does audits. Parliament does not do audits. Parliament cannot even change a comma in a report of the Auditor General. The Auditor General's report is final. We can only act on it. And finally, on the question of the youth bulge and the youth challenges in this country, we cannot sweep them under the carpet. Young people have no jobs. Young people have got no future. Young people have got no idea they're facing. And it's time we stopped doing the nonsensical things we are good at doing and focus on changing this country, on making the taxes of this country work for the people. We should stop theft. There's too much theft in this country. Right from the top of the government going down, everybody is stealing, and stealing without any fear. If we don't stop that, our youth are headed nowhere. Without any shame, as the bull of Nandi is telling me. So it is time for us to
Senator Kinyua.
Asante sana Bwana Spika kunipa fursa hii kuchangia taarifa. Na ni vizuri julikane Bwana Spika ya kwamba watu ambao wanafanya biashara za rejareja wana haki Bwana Spika, kwa sababu wao wenyewe wanachangia zaidi katika maendeleo ya nchi Bwana Spika. Na ikumbuke sisi tulisema ya kwamba tulikuwa tukifanya siasa ya kwamba wale walalahoi wanapaswa wawe wakiangaliwa Bwana Spika. Haitakubalika Bwana Spika, na ni jambo la kuvunja moyo sana ikiwa wale ambao wanafanya biashara za rejareja hawapewi fursa Bwana Spika, wanahangaishwa, kusumbuliwa Bwana Spika. Hawezi wakasimama mahali popote katika jiji hili ama sehemu zozote za nchi ya Kenya Bwana Spika. Kwa hivyo sisi sote Bwana Spika tuna haki ya kufanya biashara mahali popote Bwana Spika. Kwa hivyo nataka kusema ya kwamba jambo hilo kamati ambayo itakayoshughulikia ijue ya kwamba watu wote wapewe haki za kufanya biashara. Iwe biashara kubwa, iwe biashara rejareja, iwe biashara yoyote Bwana Spika. Ikiwa mtu amefuata taratibu za kisheria Bwana Spika, anapaswa apewe fursa kama mtu mwingine yoyote afanye kazi yake. Na tunamwambia governor wa Nairobi Bwana Spika, tumwambie vizuri, tuelewe, kwa sababu ni hivi juzi tulikuwa naye hapa katika seneti. Alikuwa akitetea hawa wafanyi biashara wa rejareja. Sijui ni nini kimefanyika, amepinduka Bwana Spika, anawafukuza ni kama swara hapa mjini, hakuna mahali wanaweza wakaketi. Hawezi wakatengenezea hata choo Bwana Spika, na wale ndio wanaolipa kodi Bwana Spika. Kwa hivyo ni vizuri hata wao waangaliwe Bwana Spika. Asanti na nashukuru.
Senator Wambua.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to make a comment on the statement by Senator Karen Nyamu. Karen Nyamu, Senator, I'm making a comment on your statement. It will be important for you to listen because it's an important statement. Mr. Speaker, when on December 17th, 2010, a vendor by the name Mohamed Bouaziz in a small city in Sidi in Tunisia set himself on fire outside the office of the governor. To the eyes of many people, it was just a vendor who was expressing frustration because of harassment by the city county government at that time. But Mr. Speaker, what followed that act led to what today is known as the Arab Spring, which brought down governments in that region. Mr. Speaker, vendors, street vendors, are an important segment of any city, any society, anywhere. I do understand, Mr. Speaker, the need for cities to be clean and for us to develop what we are calling smart cities. But, Mr. Speaker, that must be balanced with the need to allow people to earn a living. When you chase street vendors and you get them out of the streets without providing them with alternatives, what exactly are you telling them to do? Mr. Speaker, it is the responsibility of our governments, both local governments and the national government, to find ways and means of enabling people at the lower segments of the pyramid, economic pyramid, to earn a decent living. Speaker, yesterday, or was it today? No, it was the day last week, Mr. Speaker. I was having a conversation with the Minister for Cooperatives, Honorable Wycliffe Oparanya. Talking about this access to the ASLA fund. And I'm wondering, Mr. Speaker, on the one hand, the national government is enabling access to funds for young people to start small little businesses. On the other hand, Mr. Speaker, the city county government of Nairobi is chasing those very young people from doing their businesses on the streets of Nairobi. What would have been better, Mr. Speaker, is for the the county government of Nairobi to provide premises, places where vendors can do decent business. But charging young people with batons and women and beating them up, Mr. Speaker, to get them out of the street, Mr. Speaker, I think we are way, way past that era. And I want to call upon our friend, Senator Governor Sakaja, to rethink that strategy of getting vendors out of the streets. There are better ways of doing it, Mr. Speaker, than beating up people and chasing them from the streets. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Newton.
Asante Bwana Spika. Nami nataka niseme moja mawili kuhusu taarifa ambayo imetolewa na Seneta wa Kajiado, Seneta Seki, kuhusu ujenzi wa hoteli katika ndani ya msitu wa Gong. Bwana Spika, na hili ni jambo ambalo linatuhusu na kututia wasiwasi, kwa sababu Bwana Spika, tunajua kwamba kunayo hofu kwamba joto linaendelea kuzidi katika ulimwengu mzima, na ndio sababu kwamba tumeambiwa na hata serikali imesema kwamba kila mtu aweze kupanda miti 2-3 na kadhalika, ili kwamba tuone kwamba misitu yetu inaendelea kukua na wala sio kupungua. Bwana Spika, kama walivyotangulia kusema wenzangu, wale ambao wametwikwa jukumu la kulinda misitu wamekuwa wakilala katika kazi zao, na mahali ambapo ama wakati ambapo wananchi ama mashirika tofauti wanapo leta mambo haya katika mwanga, hapo ndipo wale sasa walio na jukumu hili la kulinda misitu wanapokuja na kutupatia vijisababu ni kwamba ni kwa nini kumetokea mambo kama yale. Na kama alivyosema mwenzangu mmoja kwamba juzi pale katika Karura, wakati walikuwa nakata misitu, wakasema kwamba walikuwa wanaondoa ile miti ya zamani ili kuweka miti ya kisasa, lakini walikuwa wanakata miti yote. Ikiwa walikuwa wanataka kuondoa miti ya zamani na kuleta miti ile mingine sasa ya kisasa, wangekuwa wanakata michache, wanaacha michache. Kwa hivyo wanapokata miti kwa kijumla, tunashuku kwamba kuna watu wanaotaka kufanya mijengo ndani ya misitu, na ni lazima Bwana Spika, kulingana na katiba, ni lazima kwamba kabla ya kukata miti katika msitu kwamba umma ulizwe maoni yao, waweze kutoa maoni, na ni lazima kamati ambayo itachunguza swala hili ituambie, je, umma ulihusishwa? Je, umma ulipohusishwa waliamua aje? Je, walipitisha kwamba hoteli ijengwe mle ndani ya msitu? Na hoteli ile inajengewa nani? Ni nani mwenye kujenga ile hoteli? Manake Bwana Spika, kilicho muhimu sana ni kujua kama ni nani anayejenga ndani ya hoteli, kwa sababu naamini yule ambaye anajenga ndani ya hoteli hii ndani ya msitu ni lazima ni mtu aliye na ushawishi mkubwa katika serikali, na kwa hivyo ni lazima tujue ni nani. Mimi kwangu la mwanzo ni kama tujue ni nani, ili tujue huyu ambaye anajenga bila kuhusisha umma, huyu anayejenga bila kuulizwa na maafisa ambao wamepatiwa jukumu hili la kulinda misitu, je, ni nani? Halafu Bwana Spika, ni lazima tujiulize, je, ni miti iliyokatwa pale ama palikuwa ni mahali ambapo palikuwa hapana miti? Na je, kuanzia sasa kwenda mbele tutahakikishiwa na nani kwamba misitu yetu isalama? Tutahakikishiwa na nani kwamba misitu yetu haitaendelea kukatwa? Bwana Spika, hili ni jambo ambalo kamati ya mashamba na turathi za kitaifa lazima iangalie kwa makini sana, na ninataka kuamini kwamba mwenyekiti wangu seneta wa Mombasa, Seneta Faki, ameyasikia haya na kwamba ayapatie kipaumbele, alipatie kipaumbele jambo hili.
Senator Beatrice Kenya.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise to support the statement by Senator Ameda over the housing facilities for forest rangers. Honorable Speaker, housing is a basic need for all of us. Honorable Speaker, I'm on record having raised a complaint here about the housing situation at the Ndewa police station, Honorable Speaker. And on the same example that Senator Ameda has given here about forest rangers, there are notorious organizations that really are housing their officers in a very, very pathetic way, Honorable Speaker. There was really no need of having officers serving the public, but when you go to where they stay, and in houses provided by governments, the housing is pathetic, Honorable Speaker. This even reflects on the services that they give out there to Kenyans. Honorable Speaker, the housing state of the police officers at Ndewa police station, a station that is old, a station that houses over 100 police officers. If you go to that station, Honorable Speaker, you can only sympathize with the officers. They live in shanties. Some of them you can see through. Some of them that are shared amongst 2 or 3 families. And Honorable Speaker, what kind of indignity can that be? And how do we subject our officers to such kind of treatment, Honorable Speaker? And so this must be looked into, not only limited to the forest rangers, but to the National Police Service, and even to the prison warders across the county, Honorable Speaker. I secondly want to support this statement by Senator Mwaruma on the non-remittance of statutory deductions. Honorable Speaker, it is unfair that mostly county governments are not remitting some of these statutory deductions. Honorable Speaker, why would the counties deduct money from their workers but not remit them, Honorable Speaker? Some of these workers have been denied very basic services that they are entitled to. Some of them at the beginning of school calendars, their parents, the workers of these county governments go for loans from their SACCOs, and they are not able to get loans because their employers have failed them, Honorable Speaker. So their children do not go to school in time, and Honorable Speaker, I find this not only unfair, but this is a criminal act by the county government. And lastly, Honorable Speaker, on the statement by Senator Karen, Honorable Speaker, why should we mistreat and harass hawkers that are doing their businesses, and the county government collects cess from these hawkers? The hawkers must be given an environment in which to do their businesses with dignity.
Senator Joyce.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Mine is just to touch on the statement that was raised by Honorable Seki. Honorable Speaker, I would want to agree with a number of questions that he has raised pertaining the approvals that have been done to the said developer who is developing this hotel inside the forest. Honorable Speaker, I know this is one of the government agenda of greening this country.
And it will look so weird for us to maybe allow some of the few individuals to maybe move ahead and get the trees in the pretense of putting up an hotel. Yet we have a number of freelance that they can develop the same, Honorable Speaker. So I just want to say that, Honorable Speaker, the culprit should be brought to book. Let's know who is this person who is giving these approvals. These are some of the measures that they are putting us as a country, Honorable Speaker. Sometimes you find a number of evictions that are being done in the country. They are done because of some careless people who are in offices, who are just giving people approvals which are not without following the due process, Honorable Speaker. So I just want to say that it is true that we need to get the details of this, and action must be taken. Thank you.
Now, Honorable Senators, the 30 minutes allocated to this session has since terminated. We now move to the next order. Clerk, call the next order.
Order number 8, the Division of Revenue Bill, National Assembly Bills number 10 of 2025. Second reading, resumption of debate.
Now, at the interruption of debate on Wednesday, 21st May 2025, during the morning session, Senator Karungo Thangwa had the floor and had a balance of 12 minutes. I do not see him in the House. We will therefore proceed to allow other senators to pick it from there. Senator Faki.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika kwa kunipa fursa hii kuchangia mswada wa ugavi wa fedha kwa mwaka 2025-2026. Mheshimiwa Spika, kwanza kabisa niseme kwamba mswada huu ni muhimu sana katika nchi yetu kwa sababu ndio kinara cha miswada yote ambayo inahusiana na masuala ya fedha katika nchi yetu. Baada ya hii nafikiri ndio kutakuja mswada wa kara, yani ule mswada ambao unagawanya zile fedha kati ya kaunti zetu, na vile vile zitakuja yale masuala ya mengine ambayo yanagawanya zile pesa kama vile appropriation account acts ambazo zinatoa pesa zile kutoka kwa hazina kuu kwenda kwa wizara na vile vile via kaunti zetu. Mheshimiwa Spika, mwaka jana kulikuwa na changamoto nyingi ambazo zilisababisha mswada huu ambao tuliupitisha mara ya kwanza ukienda kwa maelewano, baadaye ukarejea tena kwa vile mswada wa fedha wa serikali ulikuwa umeondolewa katika bunge. Kwa hiyo Mheshimiwa Spika, mwaka huu tumeona kwamba serikali, Mheshimiwa Spika, ningeomba nisikizwe kwa makini. Kuna senator mbele yangu hapa kutoka Migori. Kwa hiyo Mheshimiwa Spika, mwaka huu tumeona kwamba serikali imejizatiti na kupendekeza kwamba fedha ambazo zitakwenda kwa kaunti zetu iwe ni bilioni 405. Lakini Mheshimiwa Spika, ikikumbukwa kwamba mwaka jana sisi kama bunge la Senate tulipitisha kwamba bilioni 415 ziweze kwenda katika kaunti zetu. Baadaye tulipokwenda katika maelewano tuliweza kukubaliana na mswada wa bilioni 385 ambazo ndizo pesa zilikubalika kwenda katika kaunti zetu kwa mwaka 2024-2025. Kwa hiyo Mheshimiwa Spika, ni makosa kwa serikali kuu kupendekeza pesa zile ambazo mwaka jana sisi kama bunge la Senate tulisema kwamba hazitoshi kaunti zetu. Mheshimiwa Spika, tukiangalia kuhusiana na asilimia zile fedha ambazo zinakuja kwenye kaunti zetu kutoka 2013 mpaka sasa, pesa zile asilimia ile imekuwa ikipungua kila mwaka Mheshimiwa Spika. Kwa hivyo japokuwa tunaona kwamba pesa zinaongezeka, lakini kimipango ama kihesabu za asilimia pesa zile zinazidi kupungua. Na nafikiri sasa ni chini ya asilimia 15 ya zile pesa ambazo mwanzo kabisa ziliweza kuletwa katika kaunti zetu. Kwa hiyo Mheshimiwa Spika, tunasema kwamba japokuwa kuna changamoto ambazo serikali kuu inapata kukusanya kodi katika nchi yetu, changamoto hizi Mheshimiwa Spika pia zinakumba kaunti zetu. Kwa mfano Mheshimiwa Spika, kama ni hali mbaya ya biashara, ni nchi nzima ina hali mbaya ya biashara. Kwa hivyo yale ambayo yanaathiri county vile vile yanaathiri serikali kuu. Kwa mfano Mheshimiwa Spika, magari yanayotembea katika county yananunua mafuta kwa bei ile ambayo inauziwa serikali. Kwa hivyo haiwezekani serikali ijiongezee katika serikali kuu ijiongezee katika mgao wake wakati serikali za county Mheshimiwa Spika zinaendelea kupata shida. Mheshimiwa Spika, tumeona pia kwamba katika changamoto ambazo zinakumba kaunti zetu, moja ni kuwa kuna ucheleweshaji mkubwa wa ule mgao ambao unakuja katika kaunti zetu. Hivi sasa kwa mfano nafikiri malipo ya mwisho yalipwa katika mwezi wa 3. Yaani kwa sasa wako nyuma kwa karibu miezi 2. Lakini Mheshimiwa Spika, vile vile utapata kwamba serikali za kaunti haziwezi kulipa kodi kama zile kodi ya mapato, pay as you earn, na kodi nyingine ambazo zinakusanywa na serikali za kaunti ili kupeleka katika hazina kuu. Kwa hiyo Mheshimiwa Spika, iwapo hizi pesa zitaendelea kuchelewa, ina maana kwamba utendakazi wa kaunti zetu utakuwa ni umezorota, na vile vile ukusanyaji wa fedha pia kwa serikali kuu utakuwa umedorora, kwa sababu fedha zile ambazo zinakwenda katika kaunti ndio zinalipa kodi kwa wale wafanyakazi wa kaunti, na vile vile pia wafanyakazi wanapata fursa ya kuweza kulipa pesa zile. Mheshimiwa Spika, katika mswada huu pia tumeona kwamba serikali kuu imetoa kuna masuala ya equalization fund, hazina ya usawa Mheshimiwa Spika. Hii hazina hii Mheshimiwa Spika, japokuwa ilianzishwa mwaka 2010 baada ya kupitisha katiba mpya, Mheshimiwa Spika, pesa hizi zimeweza kukaa sana kwa mikono ya serikali kuu, kwa sababu kulikuwa hakuna kanuni ama sheria endelezi kuziweza kuzitoa pesa hizi kutoka kwa serikali kuu kuja kwa serikali za kaunti. Mheshimiwa Spika, ilibidi mpaka bunge la 12 ndio tuliweza kukubaliana hapa kama Senate, tukasema kwamba zile sheria zipitishwe hivyo hivyo ndio pesa ziweze kutoka. Kwa hiyo Mheshimiwa Spika, kuna malumbukizi ya miaka mingi ambayo hayajakwenda katika kaunti zile. Mheshimiwa Spika, tukiangalia kuna karibu bilioni 2 milioni 736,739 na shilingi 351 ambazo hizi hazina hii ya equalization inadai hazina kuu. Mheshimiwa Spika, pesa hizi zinasaidia kupunguza zile tofauti ambazo ziko baina ya kaunti fulani na maeneo mengine ambayo hayana maendeleo. Kwa mfano, kuna sehemu hazina maji safi Mheshimiwa Spika. Kuna sehemu hazina zahanati, na pesa hizi zilinuiwa kufanya kazi hizo. Lakini Mheshimiwa Spika, iwapo zinaendelea kucheleweshwa ama kutopelekwa katika kaunti zile na hazina ya hii ya usawa, Mheshimiwa Spika, ina maana kwamba mara nyingi zile kazi ambazo zinatakana kufanywa katika maeneo yale ili ziweze kuwa sawa na kaunti zingine inaendelea kuchelewa, na hivyo basi kutakuwa hakuna usawa, japokuwa hazina hii ilibashiriwa kutumika kwa muda wa miaka 20. Mheshimiwa Spika, ipo haja serikali ilipe yale malumbukizi ambayo yako ili hazina iweze kufanya kazi na watu waweze kupata maendeleo yale ambayo yalikuwa yamekusudiwa kuangaliwa na hazina hii. Mheshimiwa Spika, jambo la mwisho ni kuwa naunga mkono mapendekezo ya kamati ya fedha na bajeti ya bunge hili kwamba pesa ambazo zitakwenda kwa kaunti zetu ziwe ni bilioni 465 milioni 1,459,700 shilingi 673. Mheshimiwa Spika, tukiangalia hii si kwamba ati kaunti zetu zinapewa fedha kuweza kufanya ubadilifu, la, lakini hizi ni fedha ambazo zitaweka katika hali ambayo wataweza kusimamia bajeti zao kisawasawa. Kwa mfano, Mheshimiwa Spika, kuna masuala ya wafanyaji kazi wa afya, wahudumu wa afya ambao kila wiki Mheshimiwa Spika lazima watusalimie hapa bunge. Wafanyaji kazi wale Mheshimiwa Spika, wengine juzi kumetolewa agizo kwamba wapelekwe katika county. Payroll yao iende katika county Mheshimiwa Spika. Iwapo itaenda kwenye county na pesa hawajapelekewa Mheshimiwa Spika, watalipwa na nini? Mheshimiwa Spika, kuna huduma nyingine ambazo why don't you go to the lounge? Mheshimiwa Spika, huduma zile ambazo hawa wahudumu wanapeana Mheshimiwa Spika, wahudumu wa afya wanapeana, iwapo watakosa kulipwa mishahara Mheshimiwa Spika, hali ya afya itadorora katika kaunti zetu, kwa sababu hawa wanafanya kazi muhimu sana ambayo haiwezi kudharauliwa na kaunti zetu. Mheshimiwa Spika, tukiangalia masuala ya SHA yameongeza mzigo katika kaunti zetu. Tukiangalia masuala ya kodi ya nyumba, housing levy, Mheshimiwa Spika, haya ni masuala ambayo yameongeza mzigo katika kaunti zetu. Kwa hivyo basi inapaswa hii mgao uongezeke ili kuweza kufidia yale mapengo ambayo yataweza kuachwa na zile pesa ambazo zimekusudiwa kupelekwa katika kaunti zetu. Mheshimiwa Spika, hiyo maanisha kwa hatusemi kwamba hakuna ubadilifu katika kaunti zetu Mheshimiwa Spika. Ukiangalia Mheshimiwa Spika, kila kaunti ina madhambi yake. Kwa mfano Mheshimiwa Spika, kaunti ya Mombasa ilipewa pesa za kuweza kujenga zile wanaita county aggregated industrial parks, karibu milioni 100 Mheshimiwa Spika. Lakini ukienda katika viwanja vile ambavyo vinajenga hizo county aggregated industrial parks Mheshimiwa Spika, utapata kwamba ni jiwe la msingi ambalo liliwekwa na waziri wa zamani wa biashara Mheshimiwa Moses Kuria, na mwaka jana, mwanzoni wa mwaka jana, na mpaka leo Mheshimiwa Spika hakuna jambo lolote linaendelea katika maeneo yale. Mheshimiwa Spika, ukiangalia masuala kama ya barabara katika kaunti ya Mombasa Mheshimiwa Spika, barabara nyingi Mheshimiwa Spika kwa sasa hazipitiki kwa sababu ya mvua, na utapata ziko barabara za kura, ziko barabara za county, zote hizi Mheshimiwa Spika ziko katika hali mbovu kabisa, na mji wa kitalii kama wa Mombasa haupasi kuwa na barabara kama zile Mheshimiwa Spika. Lakini utapata kwamba kaunti zetu zinatoa kipaumbele kwa mambo ambayo hayana msingi wowote ya kuendeleza kaunti zetu. Mheshimiwa Spika, tukiangalia katika masuala ya education, ya elimu, masuala ya elimu, japokuwa kaunti zinatakana ziangalie mambo ya chekechea, elimu ya chekechea na vile vile elimu ya kiufundi. Kaunti ya Mombasa Mheshimiwa Spika ina taasisi 2 peke yake za elimu ya ufundi, na juzi ilikuwa aibu wakati tulipozuru kaunti ya Mombasa na kamati ya elimu ya bunge hili Mheshimiwa Spika, ambapo ilikuwa tulishindwa sisi kama watu wa Mombasa kujieleza ni miradi gani ambayo tumeweza kufanya katika masuala ya elimu ya kiufundi. Vituo ambavyo viko vya kufanya elimu ya kiufundi Mheshimiwa Spika ni 2 peke yake. Kimoja kiko maeneo ya Mtongwe katika Likoni sub county ama Likoni constituency, na chengine kiko sehemu za Mwakirunge katika eneo la bunge la Kisauni. Kwa hiyo Mheshimiwa Spika, ipo haja ya sisi kama Senate kuangalia kwa makini utendakazi wa kaunti zetu Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa sababu bila hivyo tutakuwa tunapiga kelele hapa, tunakauka koo, tunasema pesa ziende katika kaunti, lakini tukifika kule hakuna maendeleo yote wananchi wetu wanapata kuhakikisha kwamba kaunti zetu zinaendelea. Mheshimiwa Spika, la mwisho ni kuwa hukumu ya juzi ambayo ilisema kuwa lazima bunge liweze kuangalia ripoti za auditor kufikia tarehe 31 mwezi wa 3. Mheshimiwa Spika, tunaiunga mkono pia kwa sababu itatupa nafasi ya fedha ziweze kugawanywa kwa tarakimu za kisawasawa kabisa, kwa sababu katika mswada huu wa sasa hesabu zilizotumika za mwaka 2020-2021 ambao ni miaka 5 iliyopita, Mheshimiwa Spika. Kwa hivyo tukiweza bunge likiweza kupitisha hesabu hizi kwa mapema zaidi, Mheshimiwa Spika, itakuwa ni vizuri zaidi, kwa sababu tutagawanya pesa, zitagawanya kulingana na hesabu za sasa ambazo zinatumika katika serikali kuu. Kwa hiyo mengi, Mheshimiwa Spika, naunga mkono mswada huu, na vile vile naomba kwamba tuweze kupitisha hiyo bilioni 465. Asante Mheshimiwa Spika.
Asante. Next is Senator Sifuna Edwin.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Over the weekend, we had occasion, together with some of the colleagues from the National Assembly, to attend a function together in Migori. The majority leader was there. And part of the conversation we had when we were having lunch with our colleagues from the National Assembly is they thought that not everything between our two houses has to come to a stalemate before it is addressed. But, Honorable Speaker, it saddens me that for the 3rd straight year that I've been a senator of Nairobi, the National Assembly is again inviting us to a stalemate on this question of the division of revenue. I ask myself the question, why do we have to have a mediation every single year? I have never understood why our brothers in the National Assembly cannot just do what is right by devolution and what is right by the people. If indeed they know the recommendation that has been made by the Commission on Revenue Allocation, why can't they just give counties the 450 billion shillings that we have been asking for? But we will do what we have to do, Honorable Speaker, and fight for the rights of the devolution family in the best way that we can, because that is the duty that we saw to undertake. Honorable Speaker, I want to make it clear from the onset that I agree fully with the recommendations that have been made by our own committee on budget and finance. Speaker, I want to refer you very quickly to page 6 of that report. At page 6 of that report, Honorable Speaker, you will see that the committee has noted the projected revenue for the financial year 2025-2026 is estimated to be 2.8 trillion shillings. Out of this, the national government share is 2.4, Honorable Speaker, representing 85.3% of our entire revenue. And that the 405 billion Kenya shillings that has been proposed for the devolution family represents a paltry 14.28% of the total revenue. 14.28 falls short of the threshold that has been set by the Constitution of a minimum of 15%. Honorable Speaker, of course, they will argue that they are basing their math on the last audited accounts that have been approved by Parliament. But we know that this continues to be an injustice to the devolution family. Somebody made a remark in the morning here that, in fact, the current Treasury CS, John Badi, was the chair of PAC in the National Assembly, whose responsibility it was to ensure that the National Assembly is up to date so that the devolution family does not continue to lose money. I will come back to John Badi in a short while, Honorable Speaker, but allow me to say that the Senate, this House, has recommended 465 billion. I don't know why the Speaker is shaking his head. Honorable Speaker, is there a problem? Have I said something that was offended the Speaker? Because, Honorable Speaker, I'll proceed as if nothing has happened. So, Speaker, if you look at the committee's observations on page 7, that the recommendation we have made as a Senate of 465 billion has science behind it. It is not just a figure that was plucked from the air. And you will see the committee says that the recommendation was informed by the need for county governments to meet new non-discretionary financial obligations relating to, number 1, housing levy deductions. This is a national government imposition. Number 2, contributions to the National Social Security Fund. Number 3, matching allocations for the county integrated industrial parks, which is a program that was initiated by the national government requiring county governments to match them. matching allocations for community health promoters program. Honorable Speaker, this responsibility falls upon us as a county government to make sure we pay these CHPs. And then the procurement of new medical equipment. When we were in Mandera with Senator Roba, we were informed that all those beautiful machines in that referral hospital have come to the end of their lease, and we need for these county hospitals and facilities to be able to acquire new ones. And lastly, Honorable Speaker, meeting the outstanding obligation under doctors' collective bargaining agreements and annual wage drift. Speaker, you know, every single day, medical workers are outside our house here, including yesterday. They were here in Parliament. Sadly, they were tear gassed by the police. I don't know why, because they have been there every single day for the past 3 or so months. They have been there. Even today, they are here, Honorable Speaker. And we have been told by the leadership of these unions that these collective bargaining agreements are binding to county governments. So, Honorable Speaker, where we have reached in the health sector, in fact, I want to plead with the UHC workers that where we have reached now, the only thing we want to discuss is money. The time for stories is over. And the house that handles money is the National Assembly. So let them be protesting there, because we as a Senate have done our part. The chair of the budget committee must allocate the money that is required to absorb these UHC health workers and are permanent and pensionable. When I was in Garissa, I ran into the CS for health. And he was also trying to be clever by drawing in the Senate. Yet we as a Senate have done our job. CS Duale knows very well that the Senate does not appropriate any money. He wants it to look like we are the problem, yet the problem and the people with the power of the past is the National Assembly, Honorable Speaker. Thirdly, Honorable Speaker, there is the question of the MOU that we signed between ODM and UDA. Honorable Speaker, I said I will come back to CS Mbadi because it has been said out there that I only criticize, but I don't say anything positive about our experts in the government. The truth of the matter is, if you do something that is contrary to what ODM stands for, it is my responsibility to say that that is against what ODM stands for. When CS Mbadi says that in this particular financial year, there will be no new taxes he introduces under the Finance Act, that is ODM. That is who we are. We say tick. When Mbadi says that, I saw in today's newspapers, Honorable Speaker, that he has issued a circular that is going to introduce transparency in the PPP process. He has adopted wholesale the recommendations of the committee of this House on transport and housing, which was dealing with the Adani question, Honorable Speaker, when we said that, number one, if you are a government agency that receives a privately initiated proposal on any development, you have a responsibility to disclose that you have received that document. He has adopted that. As SG, I say, that is ODM. We are for transparency. Tick. Honorable Speaker, we have said in the committee where I used to sit when Karungu Wathangwa was the chair, I was a member, that you have to allow, after you receive a privately initiated proposal for a PPP, you have to allow other people to give you a better offer, what we called in the committee the Swiss challenge. I have seen he has put it in the circular. I say that is ODM. We say tick. But this one here, where he's proposing 405 billion Kenya shillings, it is my responsibility to say to the CS for Treasury, that is not what ODM has agreed with UDA. We agreed in the MOU, and I carry this MOU everywhere I go because I encounter ignorance at all levels, Honorable Speaker. And it is my responsibility to make sure that I deal with the ignorant about what this MOU provides for. Honorable Speaker, the majority leader was with me in Migori, and he asked me that he has read this MOU, that it is a good thing. But he doesn't understand why it is Sifuna's role to ask people questions. I want to explain a few things to him. Unfortunately, he has walked out. Number one, if you look at the constitution of ODM under Article 11, Honorable Speaker, it sets out the duties of members of ODM. Number one, Honorable Speaker, it is our duty as members of a party to understand the programs and the things that the party gets itself into. Once you have understood, it is a responsibility stated in the Constitution to explain what the party is doing. It is my responsibility to explain what we are doing with UDA. And finally, Honorable Speaker, under Article 11, we have a duty to combat propaganda that is detrimental to the interests of ODM. Combat is the word that is used by the Constitution. When you combat, you are not required to be nice. Although my party leader has asked me to reduce the number of peppers that I put in the soup. Honorable Speaker, combat means you take it head on. Propaganda that is detrimental to the interests of a party. Such propaganda as to what the provisions of this document are. Lastly, Honorable Speaker, Article 20 of the Constitution of ODM says that the Secretary General of ODM is the depository and custodian. Just a minute, let me make my point. Is the custodian of all documents, including all agreements that the party signs.
Just a minute, Senator Sifuna. What is out of order?
Mr. Speaker, I'm rising under Standing Order number 101, and there's a facet of it. It's a lot of things about it. But generally, if you look at under 101, is the content of speeches that we make in this House. And Mr. Speaker, the SG of ODM, who is my SG, who I really also respect also as my deputy party whip, deputy whip in this House, has brought the argument on the agreement that ODM had with Kenya Kwanza as a substantive conversation around what we must have in this House when we're looking at what we have. Mr. Speaker, this is a spirit that I do support. However, Mr. Speaker, is it in order for this to be the basis for which we are discussing the issue of division of revenue in this House, when that agreement has not been put in this House and tabled as would be required under that standing order, Mr. Speaker, to the extent that there has been a motion that informs our debates here? Because if you revert to that as a substantive issue that informs your speech in this House, then, Mr. Speaker, we will be taking the role of this Parliament away from us and taking it to discussions outside the Senate, Mr. Speaker, so that we are actually taking our role as senators to debate issues in this House, Mr. Speaker, and giving it to forces outside the Senate, Mr. Speaker. And the reason why I'm saying this, Mr. Speaker, is because the issue of division of revenue, what happens, Mr. Speaker, for senators in this House who are not party to that particular agreement? They need to participate in the division of revenue conversation, Mr. Speaker. Is it in order for the Senator of Nairobi to bring that argument and that document as a basis for us to discuss in this House, Mr. Speaker?
Senator Okech, I've looked at the Standing Order 101, contents of speech from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. And I cannot see any contravention from what Senator Sifuna is addressing to. You know, when debating, you can really gather your things from here and there as you put your points in order. You know, we cannot limit debate in this House or people to think in a certain way. And that is why the Senate is respected, because senators are able to speak even 20 minutes. Unless other houses where they only do 2-3 minutes and they sit down. So let us not stifle debate, as long as he's not mentioning names anyhow. But this standing order can accuse you somehow, Senator Sifuna. So avoid mentioning names of other people. Mention the office, which is okay, but the names are not going to use the names of the CS by his name and not these other people.
Honorable Speaker,
maybe because he is not the CS now, maybe he has been reshuffled. So use the office.
Well guided, Honorable Speaker, you can see that my point has been demonstrated, that I encounter ignorance even from members of ODM. And it is my responsibility to teach, because that's what the constitution of a party requires me to do. In fact, Honorable Speaker, I was coming to the point that we are discussing. Division of revenue is a matter that has been covered under this agreement. And, Honorable Speaker, this agreement is not restricted to the parties that have signed it. Because it's my job to teach, allow me to read what this agreement establishes. The propaganda I was saying we must combat is what this agreement is and what it is not. This agreement does not form a government. In fact, what it says, Honorable Speaker, is that it sets up a platform for collaboration and cooperation between all political forces, not ODM and UDA, all political forces and other stakeholders in Kenyan society. So everybody is welcome to have this conversation, Honorable Speaker. Allow me just to conclude what I was saying, that as SG, I'm the custodian of this document. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, I was saying, for those who are asking, why is Sifuna the one who asks this question? That Article 20 of the party's constitution also confers on me the power to perform any other functions that have been allocated by an organ of a party. And I want to confirm here that the Central Committee has charged me with the marking scheme for implementation of this document, so that when I ask these questions, nobody should ask why Sifuna is asking them. When we come to Article 3 of this document, Honorable Speaker, number 1, it talks about protecting and strengthening devolution. Honorable Speaker, please allow me to debate without all these interruptions. I don't know who I have offended.
Senator Sifuna, you know, unfortunately, I cannot deny members' points of order.
Yeah, but Honorable Speaker,
it's not possible to deny them. Maybe you request them not to interrupt.
Honorable Speaker, under Standing Order 121, you have powers to stop frivolous points of order. Please allow me to debate, because I think...
Please, just have a seat. I want to reason if it is frivolous or it is... because I can't determine before it is he talks about it.
Speaker, it's very rare that you get a frivolous point of order from me. The only concern that I have in the Speaker is that my friend Senator Sifuna is extensively quoting a document that is not tabled. That's my only problem, because it should actually be music to my ears. But you could just do the simple thing, just table the document so that we can also have access to what you're saying. That's my only issue. But what he's saying, it is music to my ears.
A relevant point of order, because you are referring to a document that is not circulated, so that members, the other senators can have a look at it to also follow up your debate. Maybe if you want to do that, you can just table, they get copies.
Honorable Speaker, the only reason I'm making reference to this document is because it ties up with what I want to say in terms of the position that I will take as a senator from ODM on the division of revenue. Honorable Speaker, in the morning, I watched my colleagues debate this matter. And in fact, there was a reference to this document over and over, including from Senators Kajwang and the others. I did not see anybody rise up on a point of order. You know, Honorable Speaker, in this House, I feel sometimes that the rules don't apply fairly to me, that there is an attempt always to derail me when I'm here. People spoke continuously for 20 minutes without any interruption. But when Sifuna is on the floor, suddenly people want to issue points of order. Honorable Speaker, another thing is that when a document is public, this is a public document that was signed in open daylight. But people want Sifuna to be the one to bring copies to them. This is ridiculous, Honorable Speaker. Let me conclude, Honorable Speaker, by saying that we address the question of clawback on devolved functions. Now I'm not even referencing any documents. I am going to reference the positions that the party has taken on devolution. Number 1, Honorable Speaker, that this devolution is something that we take pride in as having been part of the people who birthed it. And we want it to work for our people. We will resist any attempts to claw back on any devolved functions, Honorable Speaker. That is why you did not see me yesterday at that launch of or handover of housing by the President, because I strongly believe that housing is a devolved function. You will not see me at the President's launch of markets, because that's a clawback to devolution. So that person who was asking me yesterday, there's a senator who asked me yesterday why I was not at that place, it's because I believe in devolution. And this is clawback to devolution. Number 2, Honorable Speaker, that we must devolve all funds for the functions that are devolved. That is the reason why my party and my party leader has taken a position on RMLF, and he has taken a position on CDF. He has said that as far as roads are concerned, the Constitution is clear in the 4th schedule. There are only 2 levels of roads. We have national roads and county roads. And that every single shilling that is supposed to go to counties for the maintenance or construction of roads has to be released to the county governments. Honorable Speaker, we agreed that members of the National Assembly have no business doing what the executive is supposed to be doing. And that is a conversation that is ongoing, but my party and my party leader has taken that position, and that is my position. We have spoken about increasing the budgetary allocation, Honorable Speaker, to 450 billion Kenya shillings. And that is where we are going to draw a line in the sand. We are hoping that our partners who are in government, who are running this government, will respect the agreements that we have put in place together. And then lastly, Honorable Speaker, there is addressed even in that MOU the question of timely disbursement. We pass here something called a disbursement schedule, Honorable Speaker. But the biggest problem is that the county, the National Treasury never respects that disbursement schedule. If you speak to the Council of Governors, they will tell you they were receiving money for February this month, if it has been disbursed already. It is impossible to plan and to run an enterprise when there is such uncertainty as to when you will receive that allocation. Honorable Speaker, I went to Kahawa West a few months ago. There's a market there. The most troubling thing for the traders was that although they pay market levies to the county government had allowed the construction of those modern kiosks at the entrance of the market, so that every customer who comes to the market has no business or interest going into the market. Everything can be found in the kiosks outside of the market. And Honorable Speaker, when I was there, it's almost close to a year ago, we were shown a market that is being built there, and the county government assured me that once that new market is there, they will accommodate everybody there. I want to go back there very soon, Honorable Speaker, because the reports I'm getting is that that market has stalled. If you look at our sporting facilities, we had that conversation when we were doing statements. City Stadium, Honorable Speaker, has been closed for over 2 years up to now. And when you ask governors why nothing is happening on the ground, the thing they always cite is late disbursement of money and a lack of resources. You go to James Kang'ethe in Woodley, that is the same situation. Honorable Speaker, I went to Roysambu just a few weeks ago. We had a meeting there with resident associations in Roysambu under the leadership of the MCA, so Peter Mumbi. Honorable Speaker, would you believe it? There is not a single public ECD school in Roysambu ward. Number two, there are no playgrounds in Roysambu, Honorable Speaker, and the spaces that have been designated for playgrounds have been grabbed. If you go to Marurui Health Center and you look at the situation of that place, Honorable Speaker, it is despicable. First of all, construction has never been completed. Number two, there was supposed to be a fence that is built because you can imagine, Honorable Speaker, it is a maternity and it is so close to the road that people can actually hear and see our mothers when they are giving birth, something that is the indignity that we spoke about. I say the governor promised a city of order and dignity. You should go to Marurui when it rains, Honorable Speaker. You will be embarrassed to be in the city of Nairobi. I had another meeting recently with MCA Ndungu from Kiamaiko. He tells me there is no single capital project that is being undertaken in Kiamaiko ward, Honorable Speaker. And that the biggest problem is even last year when they were given some allocation for construction of roads, some contractors did good cable roads in the ward, but they have not been paid up to now. When you ask Sakaja, Governor Sakaja, he will tell you he has no money. Late disbursement by the National Treasury and other challenges that he says is facing. I had a meeting with Karis, who is our MCA, Honorable Speaker, from Ruai. Ruai is one of the largest wards actually in Nairobi. It is actually the largest. I think it's about 100 square kilometers. Honorable Speaker, number one, there are no roads that have been built by the county in Ruai ward. There was an attempt, he told me, to do a road called Kanisani Road, Honorable Speaker, and about 387 million shillings was allocated. Then the road construction was broken into two parts, Part A and Part B. The contractor did something for Part A. 3 rainy seasons later, Honorable Speaker, that entire thing was washed away because he did not have the resources to be able to complete the road. He told me about the water situation in his ward. Honorable Speaker, that cartels have gotten into the procurement for the connections from the main pipes to the homes and ensured that a tender is not awarded for that work. Up to today, the people of Ruai are not enjoying that water that they were supposed to enjoy. I was shocked, Honorable Speaker, that the situation in his ward is so bad that private people have decided to fund county services. that they will ask for the county to give them a tipper, a lorry, or those machines that grade roads. They will fuel it themselves. Honorable Speaker, are we really in a situation where private money now has to be sourced for us to be able to undertake services for our people? It is such a shame, Honorable Speaker. And these are the reasons why I want to say, Honorable Speaker, I agree 100% with our Committee on Finance and Budget, who have proposed 465. For me, the line will be drawn in the sand at 450, personally, because of the position that has been taken by my party. Honorable Speaker, therefore, we will not support any attempts to claw back our devolution, and we want to say that the CS for Treasury must make sure that there is observance of the disbursement schedule so that county governors can also plan. Lastly, Honorable Speaker, allow me to say something that arose in the course of the debate in the morning. Honorable Speaker, as a Kenyan leader, I know that we leaders have a responsibility to Kenyans and no other person. I was deeply embarrassed, Honorable Speaker, that at a time when people are being deported from our neighboring country, and if you look at my passport, Honorable Speaker, I have the blue passport. It says East Africa Community. When I was a member of the Law Society of Kenya, Honorable Speaker, at the council, we used to do something called, push for something called cross-border practice. There are lawyers who are qualified from the University of Dar es Salaam, Tanzanians, who practice law in our Kenyan courts. There are students at the Kenya School of Law from Tanzania and from Uganda. I know lawyers who went to Kampala International University and Makerere, who qualified there, and they have come to the Kenya School of Law. They are practicing law in Kenya. So therefore, Honorable Speaker, for us to have a situation where people cannot be allowed to move freely in the community is something that we must call out. Honorable Speaker, I have heard people trying to justify, saying, oh, these are activists. Activism in itself, Honorable Speaker, is not a crime. I know Tanzanian law, there's no law that says activism is a crime, Honorable Speaker. So for me, I was deeply embarrassed to see our Foreign Affairs Minister, who should be our foremost defender, adopt a very nonchalant, a very laid-back, a very lazy attitude yesterday on Citizen, Honorable Speaker, that he has not even summoned the Tanzanian ambassador to ask him what was the reason why these brothers of ours were expelled. As we speak, there are Kenyans whose whereabouts are still unknown. Just show some concern for your countrymen. That is the job that you are given to do, Honorable Speaker. So I was a bit disappointed. And we need to, as a community of nations in East Africa, we must, Honorable Speaker, call out dictatorial tendencies whenever they emerge, because we are all brothers. If you ask Senator Eddy at his border in Isebania, people trade and cross over freely. We are brothers and sisters, and we cannot allow a situation where we have Kenyans being deported. At least when I was deported from Angola, I took it in stride. By the way, nobody in government bothered, Honorable Speaker. But I was okay, because me, I can take care of myself. Plus, Angola is far away. We don't share any borders. I don't think I know any Kenyan who's married to an Angolan. It was okay. But Tanzania are our brothers and sisters, and we must, Honorable Speaker, stand up for every Kenyan. This is the reason why, Honorable Speaker, when people start conversations about patriotism, it is very difficult to love a country that does not care about you. That I know that if I am in a quandary somewhere outside Kenya, the Kenyan government, or at least the CS for Foreign Affairs, will not care what happens to Sifuna. Honorable Speaker, it breaks my heart. If I was stuck in southern Lebanon when the war began, would this government really come for me? That is the question I ask myself. We are on our own. Then when we complain, people say, oh, you don't love your country. Love, Honorable Speaker, is reciprocal. You love me, I love you. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Senator Wambu Enoch.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I like the parting shot by Senator Sifuna. He's craving love from the government so that he can love back. Mr. Speaker, I'm very sure there is nothing out of order there. Mr. Speaker, first of all, I want to, from the onset, declare that I fully support the recommendations by the Senate Committee on Finance and Budget on the division of Revenue Bill 2025. Mr. Speaker, I want to say a few things. One, the committee has given us a very elaborate and scientific account of why they are proposing 465 billion as the allocation to counties in this coming financial year. Mr. Speaker, first things first, I like the keenness of the committee because on page 8 of their report, paragraph D, on the observations, they have captured it very well, Mr. Speaker, that the bill is using the most recent audited and approved accounts of revenue for the year 2020-2021, which then amounted to 1.5 trillion. But the same assembly, on April 15th, later after doing their maths, they approved the audited accounts of revenue of 1.9 trillion for the financial year 2021-2022, which then makes that 1.9 trillion the latest audited accounts, and all calculations then should flow from financial year 2021-2022. But Mr. Speaker, even without going to the science of this argument as captured by the report of our committee, Mr. Speaker, it is very clear that the ordinary revenue is growing every year, but there is no proportionate growth in revenue allocated to county governments. Mr. Speaker, when you look at the report, it captures the imagination of all Kenyans of goodwill, that there are expenditures that are non-discretionary for county governments. Expenditures like payments to chief, the housing levy, NSSF, and the county aggregated industrial parks. Mr. Speaker, these are policy decisions that have been taken at the national level, which policy decisions have a direct bearing on the revenues of county governments. When you say that you are going to allocate 250 million Kenya shillings for the county aggregated industrial park in every county, and every county government is supposed to match that allocation, Mr. Speaker, it is not like there is any county government that has the option of opting out. All of them must spend 250 million Kenya shillings to match the government expenditure for the parks. And for this reason, Mr. Speaker, there is reason to consider that amount in the allocation to counties. Because then if you don't, what it means is that they will have to stop other budgetary allocations for their functions to support the industrial parks. And Mr. Speaker, that is basic intelligence. Mr. Speaker, on the issue of the UHC, and every speaker has spoken to this matter, Mr. Speaker. You know, hardly a day passes before medics working under the universal health coverage demonstrate outside of Parliament, and specifically outside the gates of the Senate. Mr. Speaker, I heard the minister or the cabinet secretary responsible for health the other day saying that they are now going to be offloading the UHC staff to county governments. Mr. Speaker, if that is going to happen, then the expectation, Mr. Speaker, would be that all these UHC staff, if they have got to migrate to the county government's payrolls, then they must migrate with their budget for their salaries and allowances. Because, Mr. Speaker, You cannot expect that you will migrate such a huge portion of workers and staff to a level of government, and then that level of government is supposed to use their own money again to pay and compensate the important services offered by UHC staff. So, Mr. Speaker, there is reason. There is reason to stick to the guidance by our committee to ensure that counties get 465 billion for the next financial year. Mr. Speaker, I want to address myself to the issue of roads. Mr. Speaker, there has been debate as to whether then some of the roads that are being carried out by national government agencies, including Kenya and Kera, actually don't belong to county governments. Mr. Speaker, truth be told, and I'm happy that I've heard that the Prime Minister will be with us tomorrow. We'll have a conversation about these issues because I know this is a matter that is very, very dear to him. On the issue of monies allocated to roads in this country, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there is no denying that the agencies of government, Kenya, and especially Kenya and Kera, are undertaking road projects that actually belong to county governments. Mr. Speaker, maybe a time has come to consider scrapping those agencies and transferring those funds to county governments so that they may be able to roll out road projects in their respective counties. Mr. Speaker, there have been arguments all through that, oh, if you send money to the counties, the money is being stolen, governors are misappropriating funds. Mr. Speaker, that can never be a reason why we should not add monies to counties. Mr. Speaker, that's a lazy argument. Because, Mr. Speaker, if it is true, and I know it could be true, that money is being misappropriated at the county level. Mr. Speaker, there is a law that deals with people who misappropriate funds at whatever level of government. Instead of saying that we will not give more money to counties because they are going to appropriate the funds, Mr. Speaker, go for the people that are misappropriating those funds and charge them in a court of law. So, Mr. Speaker, we don't punish Kenyans who are supposed to be enjoying the fruits of devolution by the argument, lazy argument, that if we give more money to counties, then the governors and their cronies will steal the money. Mr. Speaker, the issue of the sharing of revenue to county governments and national government. Mr. Speaker, I wish this argument would sink and sink well. There is a very big misplaced notion that the national government can allocate money to county governments. Mr. Speaker, that is a notion that we must really deal with. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, and I don't know what has happened to a bill that I had proposed to separate the Ministry of Finance and Treasury. I think it's still being worked on. I don't know, Mr. Speaker. But surely, Mr. Speaker, it can never be that the national government will decide how much money will be given to county governments. That is not their work to do. Mr. Speaker, the decision as to how much money goes to each level of government is a decision of Parliament. The Speaker, the last time I checked, a Parliament is defined as the Senate and the National Assembly. So this matter sits properly where it is. It is us, elected leaders at the national legislature, to decide the division of revenue between the two levels of government, the national government and the county governments. And so, Mr. Speaker, what the Treasury can do is just make a submission like any other stakeholder, would make a submission on how the monies should be shared. It should never be lost on us, Mr. Speaker, as legislators, as leaders in this country, that this is our responsibility. This is not the responsibility of the national government to determine and decide how much money will go to county governments. And also, Mr. Speaker, I want to address governors. Mr. Speaker, we spend a lot of time on the floor of this chamber and in our committees trying to push as much as we can to allocate funds that are commensurate with the functions allocated to county governments. Mr. Speaker, at times when we are negotiating and pushing for more funds, more often than not, the governors would strike a deal at some organization called IBEC and decide that we are going to settle for less. And Mr. Speaker, just by that stroke of decision, our people begin to suffer low allocations. Mr. Speaker, on this one, I want to plead with our governors to sit back and wait for the Senate to fight for allocation to counties, because that is a core responsibility and a core function of the Senate. Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, I want to say this, Mr. Speaker. The CRA has a responsibility and a duty of care to ensure the success of devolution. One of the greatest things and assignments that the CRA should have undertaken by now, more than 15 years, Mr. Speaker, into devolution, is the aspect of costing devolved functions. Mr. Speaker, I don't know why it has taken forever for the CRA to do proper costing of devolved functions. So, Mr. Speaker, we stop groping in the dark. So when you say you want to finance a devolved function like agriculture in the 47 counties in the country, how much money is needed to be allocated to the counties to deal with matters agriculture? If you want to say, Mr. Speaker, we want to properly fund health, how much money do we need to devolve to the health dockets in our counties to be able to facilitate proper health care? And Mr. Speaker, so the CRA must be called out to move with speed, Mr. Speaker, and ensure that they cost the functions that are devolved. Mr. Speaker, the indication of how the percentages that should go to each level of government, the English use there is very simple and basic, that it is at least 15%. So the argument there should be that whatever it is that you do, even after you've done the costing, whatever you do, even if it costs so little, that allocation should not be less than 15% of the nationally collected revenue. As you got 15%, it's not addicted. It's not like you've been told, just give 15%. You are told you can actually even, Mr. Speaker, you know the real analysis of that provision is that you can actually decide to give even 80% of the nationally collected revenue to counties and give 20% to the national government. That is the interpretation. For as long as you don't give county governments less than 15% of the nationally collected revenue. And Mr. Speaker, when you talk about the nationally collected revenue, what are we talking about? We are talking about monies collected in every corner of this country. Mr. Speaker, it is very unfair to the remote parts of our country where revenues are collected and so little of it is plowed back to those regions. The people, Mr. Speaker, of Kaningo in Mwingi North, the people of Usweni, Mr. Speaker, who are your neighbors in Mwingi North, the people of Athi, who border Kibwezi and Makwiny County, Mr. Speaker, those people contribute to the nationally collected revenue in this country. And those people, Mr. Speaker, they need the monies plowed back to them for service delivery. And that's why we say, Mr. Speaker, on the issue of roads, it is actually ridiculous that we will collect money from all over, including the RMLF. And again, I'm very, very happy that the Prime Minister will be here tomorrow. I'm very sure he's very passionate about the matter of the RMLF. And Mr. Speaker, you collect money from all over the country because vehicles are being fueled all over the country. Then you take almost the entire amount of money and you give it to national government road agencies to roll out projects. But the people, the bulk of the people who have contributed to that fund continue to suffer bad roads. Mr. Speaker, it is time that this Senate put the foot on the ground, Mr. Speaker, and insist that we are going to stick to 465 billion Kenya shillings allocated to the county governments. Mr. Speaker, lastly, to the members of the National Assembly, we will take the invitation to go into mediation on this bill. But what I want to tell members of the National Assembly is that the country is watching. Their people are watching. I don't know what it is that Kenyans living in counties, and every Kenyan lives in a county. I don't know what the problem is that the members of the National Assembly have with devolution. As Speaker, I have said before, I want to go back on record, that actually the biggest enemies of devolution in this country, first in that list is the National Assembly. Why would you want to allocate less money to roll out functions in your constituencies, functions that are affecting your own family members, your own constituents? Because, as Speaker, if we send more money to constituencies, to counties, and this money is used to roll out health programs, to do water projects, to do, Mr. Speaker, issues with roads, it is the people in the constituencies represented by members of the National Assembly who stand to benefit. I don't see why we should be having this argument all the time, every year, that we must fight over division of revenue. And every time this fight comes up, Mr. Speaker, the National Assembly is allocating less money. The Senate wants more money. I don't know why this battle is important, but Mr. Speaker, because we have been invited into this battle, we are going to get into the ring, we are going to fight, and are going to win for the Kenyans living in our country. Mr. Speaker, with those many remarks, I support the report of the Finance and Budget Committee and the proposed amendments to the bill. I thank you.
Very well. Senator David Wakoli.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, allow me to switch languages so that I communicate to Kenyans. I plead for your permission, Honorable Speaker. Asante Mheshimiwa Speaker kwa nafasi hii ili niweze kuchangia kuhusiana na mapendekezo ya fedha ambazo zapaswa kwenda katika kaunti. Mheshimiwa Speaker, jumba la Senate limejieleza wazi kwamba tunahitaji bilioni 460 ili kugharamia changamoto na hali ya maisha katika kaunti zetu na bajeti ambazo kaunti zimeweza kuwasilisha katika maeneo bunge yao. Mheshimiwa Speaker, wiki lililopita, Mheshimiwa Speaker, vikundi vya maseneta vimekuwa vikizuru pembe mbalimbali za nchi ya Kenya kukagua miradi ya maendeleo na utekelezaji wa miradi na ugatuzi katika nchi ya Kenya. Mheshimiwa Speaker, mimi ni mmojawapo wa kamati ya afya. Mheshimiwa Speaker, tulizuru kaunti ya Wajir, Marsabit, Mheshimiwa Spika, na Mandera, Mheshimiwa Spika. Yale tuliyaona, Mheshimiwa Spika, ni ya kusikitisha kwamba baadhi za kaunti ambazo tuko nazo hazina fedha za kutosha kununua mitambo ya kisasa ya matibabu. Hazina pesa ya kutosha kuajiri matabibu ambao tumeona wakiandamana na wana ari ya kupeana huduma kwa Wakenya, Mheshimiwa Spika. Kamati ya ardhi, Mheshimiwa Spika, imezuru Kisii na Busia, Mheshimiwa Spika. Tunaona vile vile lazima sekta hiyo iweze kupewa fedha za kutosha ili masuala ya ardhi katika kaunti yaweze kushughulikiwa. Na iwapo haya yote lazima yatekelezwe, Mheshimiwa Spika, ni lazima tuongeze kimo ama fedha ambazo zinaenda katika kaunti zetu. Wiki iliyopita, Mheshimiwa Spika, nilikuwa na kamati ya ukulima, uchumi samawati na ufugaji katika kaunti ya Bungoma, Mheshimiwa Spika. Kulikuwa na ari ama moyo kwa wakulima wa kahawa waweze kupata ardhi ya kuzindua taasisi ya utafiti, waweze kuwa na maabara ya kutafiti aina na ubora wa kahawa, Mheshimiwa Spika. Lakini hivi vyote iwapo tunataka vitekelezwe, lazima bajeti zinazoenda katika kaunti zetu ziweze kuimarika. Wakulima wa maziwa, Mheshimiwa Spika, kule kwetu wanauza lita kwa shilingi 35, na katika maeneo mengine nchini, Mheshimiwa Spika, wanauza kwa shilingi 50. Kile tunasema ni lazima fedha ziongezwe katika makadirio ya bajeti ili magavana waweze kuwajibika kwa fedha ambazo wako nazo, na Wakenya waweze kuandama fedha hizi kuhakikisha kwamba zinatekeleza majukumu yao. Kule Bungoma, Mheshimiwa Spika, serikali imezindua baadhi ya soko pale Bukembe, ukija Misihu, ukienda Webuye, ukienda Cheptonon, ukienda Misihu, ukienda mji mkuu wa Bungoma, Mheshimiwa Spika, ni baadhi ya soko ambazo serikali imeweka kandarasi ili watu wachukue zabuni na kujenga. Lakini itakuwaje kwamba serikali ya kitaifa inataka kufanya kazi ya kaunti ambazo zilipigiwa kura na magavana ambao wako na wajibu wa kujenga soko? Sisi tunashukuru serikali imeanzisha mchakato wa kujenga soko. Lakini sasa tunataka tunaposonga mbele bajeti ziwekwe katika kaunti zetu ili magavana na mawaziri wao wapange na viongozi wa wadi waweze kufanya kile tunasema kudhibiti na kuchunga jinsi fedha hizi zinavyotumika. Mheshimiwa Spika, ndio kwa sababu mimi nasema jumba la kitaifa wana fedha ambazo naona wanaparamia, wanataka zidhibitiwe katika mikoba yao. Ni sawa. Lakini sisi kama maseneta lazima tuhakikishe kwamba Wakenya ambao kila mara wanakamuliwa kwa ushuru wao, lazima tuwafanyie kazi. Sekta ya maji, Mheshimiwa Spika, ukienda katika maeneo ambayo yana ukame, wana shida ya maji. Maji yamegatuliwa. Lazima wawe na mitambo na mashine ya kuchimba maji ili kina mama katika pembe mbalimbali waweze kujinufaisha. Ukienda katika sekta ya vyuo anuwai na shule za chekechea, Mheshimiwa Spika, utagundua kwamba baadhi ya maeneo ni vyumba peke yake vimejengwa, hakuna vifaa vya kutosha, hakuna vyakula ambavyo vina virutubishi vya kuinua afya ya watoto, na hakuna walimu wa kutosha wa kufunza watoto hawa. Itawezekanaje kaunti zitekeleze majukumu yao haya pasipo kuwa na pesa za kutosha ili kuhakikisha watoto wanapoanza kwenda shule wanapata nafasi sawa na watoto wa mabwenyenye na matajiri ambao shule zao za chekechea wanaenda kwa magari, wanakunywa maziwa ambayo yako katika chupa zile zilizoundwa sawa sawa, wanabembelezwa na kuimbiwa nyimbo za kulala, ile hali watoto wa mashinani, Mheshimiwa Spika, wanakung'utwa na mbu pasipo wao kuwa na chochote katika tumbo zao. Ndio kwa sababu mimi ninaomba, Mheshimiwa Spika, tunapokata kauli,
Seneta Wakoli, kiongozi wa wachache.
Asante Bwana Spika. Sijui kama Bwana Spika umesikia ndugu yetu Wakoli akisema kwamba kuna wale ambao watoto wao wanakunywa zile chupa za kawaida, na alafu kuna wale watoto wa mabwenyenye wanaokunywa na zile chupa zilizoumbwa ama zilizotengenezwa kisawa sawa. Sijui kama kuna chupa za aina hiyo katika watoto wadogo wakiwa wanaweza wanafyonza ama wananyonya hizo chupa ama wanafanya namna gani? Sijui angeweza kutueleza zaidi.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika. Naheshimu uwezo na tajriba ya seneta ambaye ameniuliza swali. Lakini Wakenya wanaponitazama sasa wanaelewa fika kwamba baadhi ya kaunti watoto huona maziwa kwa vyombo vya habari. Watoto huona maziwa, huenda mbuzi anaponyonya mwana, mbuzi anaponyonya mamake. Sasa mambo ya chupa, Mheshimiwa Spika, yasiwe yale ya muhimu sana. Cha muhimu angalau mmoja anakunywa maziwa kwa chupa ya kawaida na mwingine anakunywa chupa katika maziwa katika vijikombe vya kimabati hivi. Mheshimiwa Spika, cha muhimu nataka nirejelee katika hoja, Mheshimiwa Spika, kwamba ugatuzi uliletwa katika nchi ya Kenya kusawazisha maisha ya Wakenya na kuwaweka katika baraste iliyo sawa. Vyuo anuai na vyuo vya chekechea lazima vile vile kuwa na maabara, kuwa na walimu wa kutosha, kuwa na mashini na mitambo ya utafiti ya kutosha, ili watoto wanapotoka Bungoma, wanapotoka Marsabit, wanapotoka Kisumu, wanapokutana katika uwanja wa kutafuta kazi, wote wako sawa, kwa sababu ugatuzi uliwatendea wema wote pasipo kunyimwa haki kikatiba. Ndio kwa sababu mimi naungana na maseneta wengine na kusema kwamba wakati umefika magatuzi yapewe pesa za kutosha, na tunapowapa pesa sisi sasa tutawaandama katika miradi ya maendeleo, tuhakikishe kwamba fedha zinazowekwa kwa miradi hii inaenda sambamba na yale tunaona kihalisia kwa macho mashinani. Kwa sababu Mheshimiwa Spika, nimegundua hivi kwamba kuna ng'ombe wa kiuchumi ni miradi gushi, miradi hewa. Yaani wanaweka mamilioni, kumbe chini ya mamilioni haya kuna wale wanakamulia chini kama wanakandarasi. Lazima Wakenya wawe macho kuhakikisha kwamba miradi inayotekelezwa inaafiki matarajio yao na wanahusisha umma, kwa kimombo wanasema public participation, ili miradi iafiki matarajio ya wale wahusika ambao watanufaika na miradi hii. Sasa katika mapana na marefu falsafa ya serikali, mimi naomba kwamba jumba la Senate lisimame wima, lisimame tisti, lisiyumbishwe, lisipigiwe simu kutoka kwingine. Tuamue jinsi tumeamua sasa, tutetee magatuzi yetu, na hizi pesa zinapoenda chini, Mheshimiwa Spika, zikienda mashinani, vijana wengi mitandaoni hawana kazi. Na mimi naomba Senate pia wachangamkia wa magavana. Kandarasi na kazi zinazopewa kule mashinani, baadhi ya makampuni zinazopewa ni makampuni ambayo yameandaliwa kitaaluma Nairobi, ya watu fulani Nairobi, kunyima vijana wa mashinani kazi. Lazima tumulike hapo, tujue 30% wanasema iwe watu wenyeji ama 70 ya wenyeji. Lakini ukimulika sana baadhi ya wanakandarasi hao, wengine sio wenyeji, lakini ni wale wanasema briefcase, mabegi ya wanakandarasi ambao wananyonya na kufyonza jasho za watu wa county, na lazima pia wao tuwaandame ili ugatuzi uweze kuafiki malengo ya waasisi wa ugatuzi. Asante Mheshimiwa Spika.
Salama. Senator Beatrice Akinyi.
Honorable Speaker, I thank you, Honorable Speaker, for granting me this opportunity. And from the word onset, Honorable Speaker, I want to support the report on the Division of Revenue Bill 2025. Honorable Speaker, the Constitution talks about 2 levels of government. 1, the national government, and 47 county governments. And these governments, county governments, Honorable Speaker, are referred to as distinct, with constitutional mandates that must be carried out, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, from the word go, we would like to tell Kenyans and anybody who cares to listen that Kenyans are one, and there are no Kenyans that we can classify as belonging to the national government and others belonging to the county government. Honorable Speaker, that is why revenue that is shared between the two levels of government must be done in such a way that the other levels of government, which are 47, are able to operate because they have functions that have been provided to them by Kenyans, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to laud one outstanding personality in this republic, one Raila Amolo Odinga. And I'm happy that the former Prime Minister is going to come to the Senate tomorrow and address senators here, Honorable Speaker. Senator Nyamu seems to be surprised. Senator, you need to be prepared tomorrow that the father of devolution is going to be at the Senate, and we'll be ready to listen to his words of wisdom. He's a man that has been firm that he believes in devolution, and he has supported devolution since then, and he continues to support, Honorable Speaker. The former Prime Minister stands with the tenets of devolution even when a number of people are not happy about it, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, coming back to the report that I rise to support, the report talks about the projected revenue collection for the year 2025-2026. And Honorable Speaker, there is a proposed county government's equitable share of 409 billion, which represents, according to this document, 14.28%, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, that is in itself below the constitutional mandates that talks about not less than 15%. So, Honorable Speaker, why would we be talking about 14.28%? And Honorable Speaker, to support a few speakers that have been on the floor, that the Constitution talks about not less than. It means that the county governments could be given up to 35% that a number of us have been talking about, or even more, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the county governments have constitutional mandates, and some of these services are in dire need with our people, Honorable Speaker. And that is why we are saying, Honorable Speaker, that I support this report that the county governments needs to be given not less than 465 billion for the year 2025-2026, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, let's just refer back to some of the functions that the county government undertake. We have a key component of services in the roads department. Although this service is shared, Honorable Speaker, we have even a classification of roads referred to as county roads and national roads. Honorable Speaker, if the counties are not given adequate funding, how will the counties open up and make county roads motorable? Honorable Speaker, let us reflect back to our counties. I come from a constituency called Ndewa in Homabay County. Honorable Speaker, in Ndewa sub-county, if today you travel beyond the one tarmac road that comes from Rodi Kopany to Sori, it is just a road that goes through that constituency. Basically, we have no roads in that constituency. And part of our hope is that roads that are classified as county roads would be opened up, would be murramed, would be made motorable. Today, Honorable Speaker, we have a road that passes through Ndewa from the Ndewa low courts. It's called the Gaena, it is called Ndewa Gaena Sidede Road. Honorable Speaker, it is a key road in that constituency and in my ward. Honorable Speaker, you cannot even use any means of transport other than going on foot to use that road. In my constituency, Honorable Speaker, we have a pathetic state where when we have funerals, Honorable Speaker, we have a constituency where now we are carrying dead bodies in coffins on our heads, something that people left over 30 years ago, Honorable Speaker. And it is based on that we call that the county governments must be given adequate funds that would help them to open roads, to murram them, and to make them motorable. Honorable Speaker, roads are enablers for our economies. Our people are struggling, be they farmers or business people, Honorable Speaker. But because of lack of access, the cost of doing business, even the cost of transporting their farm produce is too high. Honorable Speaker, other than the roads, the county governments have a mandate on water. We are lucky in our counties, and in mine in particular, we have heavy rains now, so our people have the benefit of having water courtesy of rains, Honorable Speaker. But Honorable Speaker, when the rains subsides, and when the dry season comes, Honorable Speaker, water will be a problem wherever we come from. Because the rural areas depend on boreholes, Honorable Speaker, because of climate change, most of the streams that our people traditionally relied on as sources of water have all dried up. So our people have to look for water beyond the required distances worldwide. In my constituency, once more, we had a borehole that was developed by the Lake Victoria South Water Board in Ndewa. It broke down a few years ago. Attempts have been made to rehabilitate the water system. So basically in that area, people have no water. Streams have dried up. We don't have boreholes. Our people don't have water. And it is for that reason that we require adequate funding so that our people can have water as provided by the county governments and as provided in Schedule 4, Honorable Speaker. On the same water provisions, Honorable Speaker, we have the urban water systems. But Honorable Speaker, it is important to take note that most of the systems, the infrastructure that was developed in the urban centers that are run by the county water companies, a number of them have old systems that are aged, systems that are dilapidated, and the county governments have no sufficient funds to rehabilitate these systems. So if you go to our urban centers and our municipalities, the people cannot consistently get water because the old systems that are there are consistently breaking down, and so the populations that have increased in those towns are not commensurate to the systems that are there to provide water. And so, Honorable Speaker, we need adequate funding as proposed in this report that I stand here to support. Honorable Speaker, another mandate that the county governments have is in agriculture. But Honorable Speaker, there are no extension services as was envisaged in this sector. The farmers are on their own. The farmers are on their own as they prepare their farms. Honorable Speaker, when we were growing up, there used to be extensions services officers that would ride along in motorbikes across the villages. They prepared our farmers as the planting season came. They were able to advise on which seeds the farmers could use depending on region to region. They would advise on the soil, the nature of the soil and the nature of seeds that the farmers would use. And Honorable Speaker, in the course of the growth of these plants, the extension service officers would move around the villages advising on the progress of those crops. But today, Honorable Speaker, those services are not there with our farmers. Honorable Speaker, I'm a farmer of maize, and just recently when I was at home, my farm was being attacked by armyworms. There was nobody to advise me, Honorable Speaker, and I remained at the mercy of the rains. I was advised and consoled by my village mates that because of the heavy rains, the army ants would not, the ants would not survive the heavy rains, and so I was consoled. And just as I was advised, the rains washed the ants from my farms. So, Honorable Speaker, were it not for the rains, it means that my farm and all other farms around my environment would have been swept away. Honorable Speaker, there's a real need for county governments to employ extension officers, and not only extension officers, but extension officers adequate in number, adequate in quality, adequate in quantity, that would be able to serve the farmers that we have around. Honorable Speaker, there is also the mandate of health. Health is purely a devolved function. And Honorable Speaker, when I look at the proposed budget, I was just in a training this morning where we were taken by the allocations of this year's budget per sector. And I saw health primarily is maintained as 136 billion from last year and to this year. And Honorable Speaker, the explanation that we're being given is that they are expected donor funds. But Honorable Speaker, you also know the challenges that donor funds are facing. That with the coming of the Trump administration, there was a cut down. There's a proposed cut down of donor funds. And just the other time, we're being taken around immunization financing. And we noted that in a few years to come, we will be on our own as a community, as a country. But Honorable Speaker, these are services that are offered at the county level, and all this is about resources. Honorable Speaker, other services that are also critical are urban services, some like stormwater drainage, and all these require funding. Honorable Speaker, in my own village town, called Ndewa Town yesterday, it rained heavily and half of the town was filled with water because of storm water drainage challenges. Honorable Speaker, I'm giving this because these are services that must be offered by the county government. Other than that, under urban, we have the street lighting, we have solid waste management. And Honorable Speaker, all these services require money. Honorable Speaker, the county governments do not exist at the mercy of anybody. These are governments that are spelled out in the Constitution. And I want to support this report as presented. And Honorable Speaker, we want to say that the county government's allocation must increase as years go. We cannot remain with the same figures, and because the county governments must function and fulfill their services as provided in the fourth schedule. Honorable Speaker, even as we ask for this amount as presented in this report, it is also important to take note that most of these functions we are talking about were never even costed, Honorable Speaker. If we did a costing of the functions, Honorable Speaker, if we did a costing of the services that were given to the county government, we might even find that we are still less with over even 100 billion. And so, Honorable Speaker, I support this report, and I want to say, as I end my presentation, Honorable Speaker, is that the spirit of devolution required that county governments would be able to attract the best skills that we have in the country. It is not as we think that people with more skills should be offering services at a higher level. Honorable Speaker, if the counties are to attract the high skills that we require, they must have funds commensurate to the payment, to the remuneration that these skilled laborers would need. I praying for a day that the best doctors would be employed even at the health centers and the dispensaries and the level 4 hostels where most of our people go to. And as they are employed there, they would still be paid the higher wages that they required so that they are able to offer services even at the lower level. As against the tradition where you have the highest skills placed in high-level hostels, in private hostels, because that is where they would be able to be given the right remuneration. Honorable Speaker, I'm praying for a day that we'll have the top skilled agricultural officers employed at the ward levels where their skills are needed, where they would be able to advise farmers, where farming takes place. I'm praying, Honorable Speaker, that those best skills can go lower to our people, because that is what devolution was meant to bring. Devolution was not meant to bring services from the national to county and it stops there. Devolution meant that services, resources would move from the national government, go to the county government, county government headquarters, and go further to the sub-counties and go down to the ward levels. Honorable Speaker, there are no services that our people get at the national level. At the national level, it is basically coordination of policy, coordination of standards. But Honorable Speaker, where implementation takes place is down at the ward level. Honorable Speaker, just 2 weeks ago, with the Lands and Environment Committee, we visited Changara Dam in a ward in Busia County, where a proposed dam was funded by a World Bank. Honorable Speaker, it is a pity that we had a closer picture of a dam, something that is not useful to the people of Changara. And Honorable Senator Omtata, I would encourage you to push that agenda so that the people of Changara get services and get what was funded for them. There must be value for money. And Honorable Speaker, sometimes this does not happen because there may not be the right skills down there to supervise for this, for some of these projects. So, Honorable Speaker, I support this project based on the fact that the counties need money to perform some of these functions as given in the Constitution, and these functions are not only limited to roads, health, water, environment.
Senator Beatrice, your time is up, and thank you for your contribution. Senator Okoiti Omtata.
Mr. Speaker, sir, thank you for the opportunity to address this august House. I support the bill in terms of the increased amounts of 6:45. But, Mr. Speaker, and I'll also pick up from where the Senate has just left off, the question of the water pan in Changara, which was fully funded by the World Bank, and nothing happened. I took action. I got the people together, and we have been able to get the committee of the Senate to go down where Senator Beatrice is a member. They saw for themselves. And if they just walked across the boundary into Bungoma, they would see a sister dam of equal funding, which is functioning. In Busia, it never worked, so we hope we shall get to the root of that. But over and above that, the World Bank sent about 200 million shillings to Busia in the past 2 years, 2 budgets. I've done a follow-up. In fact, the group I assigned to do some auditing just finished and gave me a report yesterday. And none of them is functional, but all the money has been depleted. The money is not on account, money has been depleted. And so, in short, I'm just saying that Busia is an economic crime scene that needs serious attention from the Senate. It's a total crime scene. Now, going back to the motion on the floor, the question of division of revenue, I support the figure of 465 billion, 1,459,673 shillings that has been recommended. But that's as far as I support, because it's an increment from on the last. The only reason I'm supporting that figure is that it's an improvement on the last allocation. But I want to go back to the fundamentals of revenue division. And there are 2 things that I would invite the Senate to look at in the law. Of course, we agree that Article 203 of the Constitution is very clear. If you look at sub-article 1, after addressing that when sharing this money, we should take into account national interests, provide for public debt, which is another issue that if public debt is top on the list of things, we must take care of, we must be very careful and pay full attention to the public debt. At C, they say we take care of the needs of the county national government. But if you look at D, E, and F, they all address devolution. We must ensure, in fact the word in D is that they need to ensure that county governments are able to perform the functions allocated to them. That's the level, the kind of funding we need to give them. Then there is the requirement that we have to develop their fiscal capacity and efficiency. We have to go to look at their developmental and other needs. And when you go further down at I, we must work for the economic optimization of each county to provide incentives for each county to optimize its capacity to raise revenue. Now, revenue, on-source revenue is an area that's, again, heavily abused in counties. When you look at it, in my own county of Busia, and reports have even been made, but no action is taken, you'll find that you have got they talked of operationalizing or computerizing revenue collection. But when you look at it, it's just some fraud scheme that allows them to collect revenue that doesn't get reflected and go into the county revenue fund. Now, what's more important here right now, Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to look at subclause 2 of 203 on revenue allocation. It says, for every financial year, the equitable share of the revenues raised nationally that is allocated to a county government, to county governments, shall not be less than 15%. Now, that is a floor that has been set, but the revenue must ensure the upper things. The 15% is just a floor that has been set. It's not a requirement that 15% goes to counties. The requirement is that not less than 15%, but whatever goes to counties must achieve what is declared up there. Now, when you go to clause 3, I have a strong feeling that this clause has been totally misinterpreted. And it is here, if you look at the approved revenues, when I look at my iPad on approved revenues, it is said in under the recommendations, recommendation B, the schedule to the bill be amended to reflect the following. B, Roman 2, the most recent account of revenue as approved by the National Assembly as at the financial year, which is 1,920,434,085,078 shillings for the financial year 2021-2022. What we know is that the Auditor General has submitted reports for the financial year 2023-2024. We are now in the financial year 2024-2025. The audit reports were submitted, and these figures should be based on the audit report of 2022-2023, not 2021-2024, for the following reasons. Although the clause 3 of 203, Article 203 of the Constitution says that the amount referred to in clause 2, that's the 15%, shall be calculated on the basis of the most recent audited accounts of revenue received, comma, as approved by the National Assembly. We should ask ourselves in that sentence, what is approved by the National Assembly? Is it the audit report that's approved by the National Assembly, or is it the accounts, the revenues that are approved by the National Assembly? And if you go to Article 229, clauses 7 and 8, where the report is considered, Mr. Speaker, clause 7 says, audit reports shall be submitted, audit reports shall be submitted to Parliament or the relevant county assembly, that is 7. Number 8 says, within 3 months after receiving an audit report, Parliament or county assembly shall debate and consider the report and take appropriate action. There is no provision in that section where the National Assembly approves, or this House approves, or county assemblies approve audit reports. Mr. Speaker, audit reports are complete and final. If you want to challenge them, you can only challenge them in court. An Auditor General is an independent office, and their reports cannot be approved by this House. So, the interpretation of 203, clause 3, to mean that the National Assembly approves audit reports is erroneous. And it has denied county assemblies, it has denied county governments a lot of revenue, because we are now using a revenue of 1 trillion when the last budget was about 3 trillion. We should be talking of 15% of 3 trillion, not of 1 trillion. And Article 203, sub-Article 3, should be understood that the approval by the National Assembly refers to the revenue, not to the audit. And for the revenues that are approved by the National Assembly, revenues are introduced in Article 221. Because in Article 220 we are told that budgets of national and county government shall disclose revenue estimates of revenue and estimates of expenditure for those governments. And those are then considered under Article 221. And that's why they are approved. So, basically what Article 203 is telling us is that the budget, an audit of the annual budget, we should implement the budget as has been audited. Because once the revenues are approved, they are put into the Appropriation Act as the budget and passed by the House. There is nowhere else where the National Assembly considers revenues. So to say that the National Assembly approves the report of the Auditor General is erroneous. Because, Mr. Speaker, when you go to Article 229, if you go to Article 2, when you go to Article 229, you find that the National Assembly is given 3 months, and even this House, 3 months, and even the County Assembly, 3 months within which not to approve, but to debate, consider, and take appropriate action on an audit report. Basically, we are told that we look at the report and within 3 months make sure that we accountability, those who have been adversely mentioned are held accountable. We help the county department, the county governments or the departments of the national government improve on their accounting systems. It does not in any way tell us that we should be does not in any way tell us that we should be approving the reports of the Auditor General. So, and even if you were to argue that the National Assembly is supposed to approve the reports of the Auditor General before we can use them as a basis for calculating the 15% that goes to the county governments, then we must look at the, within Article 229, there's a very clear timeline of 3 months. The Auditor General is given 6 months from 1st of July to audit the books of government. Then he presents the report to us by 31st of December. Then we have 3 months as Parliament to consider the report and take action on it. Anything outside 3 months that are given in the Constitution is null and void. The National Assembly cannot claim that because it has not looked at the reports, it is sleeping on its job. It is now in 2021 that county government should also be waiting for the National Assembly to wake up. Recently, the High Court expressed itself on this provision in some case, and it said that you only have 3 months to look at the reports. So, why should county governments suffer from lack of funds simply because the National Assembly is sleeping on the job? If the Auditor General has given them the report of the budget, the year 2023-2024, it gave that in December. 3 months ended on 31st of March. We should not be debating this report based on the accounts of 2021, which is 1 trillion. We should be debating this report based on the accounts of 2023-2024, which was about 3-point-something trillion. And that way, then, we shall be fulfilling the need to ensure that county governments get 15% of their audited budget. So I'll be asking this House to consider, and the leadership of this House to consider revisiting that provision whereby they have misinterpreted Article 203, Clause 3, to mean that you have to wait for the auditor, for the National Assembly to do whatever it wants to do with the report of the Auditor General before it can apply on counties. And even if it was so, Mr. Speaker, we go back to Article 259, Clause 8. You ask yourself, how long would it have to take for that? Because that clause is said, even where the Constitution does not provide timelines, it must be done as quickly as possible. We cannot mortgage, we cannot delay the development in the counties simply because of that. So I'll be urging that we relook at that provision of the law, that we have allowed the National Assembly to suffocate development in the counties simply by being lazy and not being focused, not doing their work. Let us demand that every year, the report of the Auditor General after 3 months is unassailable, and that's the one that we shall use to calculate the equitable share that goes to the county. The other thing, Mr. Speaker, sir, is I've got a problem with Section 2 of the Commission on Revenue Allocation Act, Cap 428. Their definition of revenue is totally unacceptable. It cannot override what is in the Constitution. The Constitution is very clear at clause 2 of 203 that for every financial year, the equitable share of the revenue raised nationally that is allocated by county governments shall not be less than 15%. Equitable share of revenue raised nationally. But when you go to Section 2 of the Commission on Revenue Allocation Act, that's Cap 428, it defines revenue this way. It says revenue means all taxes imposed by the national government under Article 209 of the Constitution and any other revenue, including investment income, that may be authorized by an act of parliament, but excludes revenues referred to under Articles 209(4) and 206(1)(a)(b) of the Constitution. That particular definition needs to be looked at. Nobody gave the National Assembly the power, and by the way, these acts were made when National Assembly, before the Senate was formed. These are acts that were made before 2013. And so the Senate was not represented. At that time, Parliament constituted only of one house. And so the National Assembly had a free hand to do what it wanted. And here, it's excluding revenue that should be considered in the calculations of what should go to the counties. I would urge, Mr. Speaker, that the leadership of this House takes upon itself to look at Section 2 of the Commission on Revenue Allocation Act, Cap 428, and looks at whether it is acceptable to exclude that revenue in circumstances where the Constitution says all revenue raised. Because if we don't do that, Mr. Speaker, we are going to end up with situations whereby, irrespective of the corruption in the county governments, which needs to be dealt with by law enforcement and to be punished ruthlessly, when you look at the percentages of money that go to the county governments, we have not been able to unbundle enough money to follow the functions that have gone to the county governments. So other than just costing, which is important, costing the devolved functions, we need to also look at the legal framework that was put in place by the National Assembly before the Senate came into existence, to ensure that there is equity and there is adherence to the law within that legal framework. Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, we shall continue giving county governments a raw deal in terms of equitable share. And so, in supporting this bill, Mr. Speaker, I reiterate that, if possible, this House, the Finance Committee, takes time and maybe gets proper legal assistance, and we have got very good lawyers in this place, to see how these laws can be amended or challenged to ensure that we use the latest audited accounts of the Auditor General. The question of approval by the National Assembly expires before the Auditor General comes in. The Auditor General, there's no room for approving a report of the Auditor General or rejecting it. We only implement it. I can see my time is up, Mr. Speaker, sir. I thank you for the opportunity. I support the bill with those qualifications that the committee seeks to anchor the current division of revenue on the accounts of 2023-2024, which have already been audited and which have taken more than 3 months since they were submitted in Parliament, and therefore the National Assembly has lost the capacity to do anything with them. They run as they do. And if it was even to do anything with them, it could only implement the report. It does not approve. It does not review. It does not do anything. It does not change a comma. It does not add a comma. It does not cross a T. It does not dot an I. The report is final. And that report should be used to determine the ratio of
Senator Mutahi, your time is up. Being an astute public interest litigant, I do propose that the proposals that you have made in your submissions can go into proposals that will guide the eminent legal minds towards asking even the House to seek for those proposals in amendments to the relevant law so that we speak on one voice. And so don't leave it out to the only lawyers. You're one such honorary practitioner by virtue of the public litigation that you're doing. Senator Peris Tobiko.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me take this opportunity to add my voice on the Division of Revenue Bill 2025. Mr. Speaker, members have exhaustively addressed this bill, Mr. Speaker, and on the equitable share, Mr. Speaker, that has been allocated to the counties in the 2025-2026 financial year, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I do agree with Senator Omtata that there is an increment from the last time of around 387, I think, that was there last time, Mr. Speaker, and now the 405.1, Mr. Speaker. The nominal increase, Mr. Speaker, is appreciated, but we still have a long way to go. We still have a long way to go, Mr. Speaker, because although the Constitution prescribes that a minimum of 15% goes to our devolved units, it has never put, a capping that it must remain at 15%, Mr. Speaker. It can go higher, and it should go higher, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, why do I say this? Mr. Speaker, Kenyans would want to see the counties working. Kenyans would want to see our devolved units being viable, being attractive, delivering for Kenyans, so that we realize the benefits of the 2010 Constitution, Mr. Speaker. Because the spirit of the 2010 Constitution, Mr. Speaker, the bottom line was equity across the country. It was so that across Kenya we can experience development, we can experience service delivery, we can experience opportunities at the local level for Kenyans, be it at Turkana, so that a Kenyan who is in Turkana has opportunities to work at their counties, so as the same case applies to all other counties, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, for our counties to be able to deliver on those functions, on the very functions that have been prescribed by the Constitution, for our counties to be able to address health issues, deliver health services, do the facilities and equip them, and provide medical supplies, as well as pay the qualified personnel for these facilities, Mr. Speaker. Our counties do need a lot of these resources, much more than the 405 billion that has been allocated now. But yes, Mr. Speaker, we do accept and appreciate that we are moving, we are making steps every other time. We are increasing. We are progressing. Mr. Speaker, this gives us hope. But still, we are far from it, Mr. Speaker. Because when they say it should be 15% of the last audited accounts, Mr. Speaker, and they go ahead to say this is based on the 2020-2021 audited accounts, Mr. Speaker, then the whole thing is, there are question marks, Mr. Speaker. You query because the last audited accounts is 2023-2024. And sometimes, Mr. Speaker, I have asked myself, what happens with the 85% of the revenues that are left at the national level? What happens, Mr. Speaker? Because we are not seeing projects, mega projects being handled at the national level, Mr. Speaker. Right now, Mr. Speaker, the expressway, which ends up at Mlolongo, should have been extended by now, Mr. Speaker. Should have extended even beyond Kitengela, maybe reaching Isinya, Mr. Speaker, so that we sort out the gridlock at Kitengela. Mr. Speaker, we want to see mega projects like the SGR fully functional. The SGR cuts across a very big part of Kajiado County, Mr. Speaker, starting from where we border Senator Manzo at Emali, all the way from Emali, coming to Sultan Hamud, through to Kalembwani, Kiu, coming all the way to Mavoko. And even beyond, from now where we border Senator Manzo at Emali, all the way to Mombasa. But when you look at this SGR, it is not operating at full capacity. There were stations that were done along the railway line. Right now, they are white elephants because they are not functional. I should be taking the SGR at Stony Yadi or at Konza, go to Mombasa and alight at Konza and go to my home. But we see the stations, they are beautiful. I think right now they are occupied by lizards because they are not functional. So what am I trying to say, Mr. Speaker? Even the 85% that is left at national level, at the national level, should be accounted for. We should see projects. We should see projects that are benefiting Kenyans, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this country, even with our, our port, that we have a port and is used by neighboring countries, Mr. Speaker, I don't know if majority of Kenyans know that we don't even have a shipping line. We don't even have our own fleet of ship. Mr. Speaker, we don't, Mr. Speaker, neither do we have at our airports what we can pride ourselves in as a national airline, Mr. Speaker. KQ, which we pride ourselves with, is really not a national airline, Mr. Speaker. It's a private enterprise. Mr. Speaker, Kenyans will want to pride themselves like our neighboring countries. Ethiopia today has a fleet. Uganda has a number. And you wonder, a powerful economic bloc like Kenya does not, Mr. Speaker. And so even as we support the little that goes to our counties, Mr. Speaker, we must hold the national to account for the 85% that is left at the national level. Mr. Speaker, our counties have functions like agriculture. We must boost food productivity, Mr. Speaker. And how do we do that? If we do not support our counties with enough resources to be able to realize the full potential of our country in terms of agriculture. Livestock services, Mr. Speaker. Vaccinations of our animals, and extension services, Mr. Speaker, even for those who deal with crop farming, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, our roads is another big challenge at the counties, Mr. Speaker. With the classification of roads that's not very clear, we still have carer handling roads that are meant to be resources that are meant to go to our counties for the smaller subsidiary roads, Mr. Speaker, which will help those going to the markets to have access to markets from their homes, from their chambers, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, water is a devolved service which counties are supposed to be providing. But, Mr. Speaker, when we go to county visits, you find a big challenge. Find a big challenge because a lot of our counties are still not able to provide safe water to our constituents, Mr. Speaker. The sewerage facilities, Mr. Speaker, if I speak about Kajiado, because it's a county that I know most about, Mr. Speaker, although we have been able to visit many other counties, Mr. Speaker, Kitengela, a very big growing town, does not have a proper sewer system. Same as Rongai, Mr. Speaker. Same as Kiserian, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if we don't address a sewer system, then we are waiting for disaster in our towns, in our very populated towns. Mr. Speaker, you know, the biggest challenge in a county like Kajiado is that the population living in Kajiado is necessarily not, the locals of Kajiado. All Kenyans, including yourself, Mr. Speaker, and many others, have their homes in Rongai, in Kiserian, in Ngong, in Kitengela. Kajiado has become the bedroom of Nairobi. And because of that, Mr. Speaker, our urban centers need proper planning. Our urban centers need sewer systems. Our urban centers need proper garbage management if we must live dignified lives, Mr. Speaker. And we need access, proper link roads to Nairobi, so that even if you stay in Ngong, you'll be able to make it to your workplace in Nairobi in good time and go back to you and have time in the evening with your children, Mr. Speaker. But as it is now, majority of Kenyans who live in those areas spend so much time on the road. From Galleria, going from Bomas, Galleria, going towards Masai Lodge, Rongai, Mr. Speaker, it's a gridlock. Towards Kitengela, it's a gridlock. Towards Ngong, it's a gridlock, Mr. Speaker. So what are we asking, Mr. Speaker? These resources should be accounted for. Our counties should get enough allocated to them so that we ease the living standards of Kenyans, Mr. Speaker, so that we can live in a country that we know has made leaps in terms of development, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, sorry, our market facilities, when it rains, you will not want to get into the market to buy anything from those markets because the situation is not hygienic. You will really not want to buy tomatoes and potatoes from those markets, Mr. Speaker. Yet, we should be living clean. We should be providing enough resources for our counties. Mr. Speaker, let me mention this early enough, that even as we support our counties to get these resources, Mr. Speaker, the governors must account. The governors must be able to account not only for the equitable share, but they must also account for own source revenue that they are collecting every day from our markets, from the businesses, Mr. Speaker. They must be able to streamline on issues of licenses, Mr. Speaker, so that they are not killing the local economies and the small mamambogas and the riders, Mr. Speaker, who really are operating from hand to mouth, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would call upon the committees of this House, particularly PAC, CPIC, and those oversight committees, that we must be able to rein on to the counties. Each governor must be able to account to what goes into his county, Mr. Speaker, so that, Mr. Speaker, Kenyans realize the benefits of devolution, Mr. Speaker, because it is very important that devolution works, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have been seeing UHC workers every day, daily demonstrating outside this House, Mr. Speaker. And now you wonder, where do they belong? The counties are not owning them, the national government is not owning them, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this House should rise to the occasion and address that issue, because the issue of health is under our docket, Mr. Speaker, in terms of oversight, and we must come out to help those Kenyans, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I support this bill, Mr. Speaker, and really urge that we fast track in terms of the last audited accounts, so that we are depending on the 2023-2024 accounts instead of 2020-2021. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Ferris. Senator Manso, you can address the House from the dispatch.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, since devolution started, I have divided this bill every year. First, it used to start at the National Assembly, and I have seen this time around it is signed by the chairperson in charge of liaison, the Honorable Gladys Boss. And after the National Assembly debates it, then it comes to the Senate. But in one way or another, the decision has already been made at the National Assembly, and when it comes here, is a debate whereby we may not change a lot. A lot of times, we have tried to change or increase the revenues or the monies going to the county, and a lot of times it is difficult. If you look at the current Division of Revenue Bill of 2024-2025, and under this particular one, which you do this year, the next year, you realize when the last year one, money was actually reduced. And what we were bargaining for last year is what now has been awarded, 4 or 5 billion for the counties. Mr. Speaker, devolution is in our constitution. It's a sure tool to develop the counties. It's the best way one can get to the grassroots. And our biggest role here, Mr. Speaker, is to support devolution as a Senate and make sure that devolution works. Mr. Speaker, there are national functions, as Honorable Peris Tobiko, my neighbor, said. There are national functions and county functions. If you look at the national functions, there are things we should really invest in. Kenyans waste a lot of time on the road accidents. And by now, Mr. Speaker, we should be having a dual carriage to Mombasa. At some point, the Americans were to do it, and they negotiated a very good deal. And we also expect a dual carriage to Western Kenya, so that goods and services can move very fast from our port to the ports in Lake Victoria and to Uganda and other countries which are served by our ports in Mombasa, and also the proposed corridor through Isiolo, even the airport in Isiolo, which has become, you know, a white elephant, Mr. Speaker, bearing in mind that the construction ended up in some problem, and we never got value for money in terms of the airport in Isiolo. So, Mr. Speaker, when you look at the national functions vis-a-vis the counties, they are intertwined. And it is very important, Mr. Speaker, that we develop the country and all the taxes we collect from Kenyans, Mr. Speaker, goes into good use. And Kenyans will be more than happy to pay taxes but see the job be done. I doubt whether you will find any protest when the job is being done as it's supposed to be. So, Mr. Speaker, when you look at the totality of the monies of the national government, and just like recently my committee was in Arusha, Mr. Speaker, and we wasted about 2 hours at Kitengela, and now I wish that we could have a bypass there or even an expressway. For those who are not going into Kitengela town, could easily connect to these roads which comes all the way from South Africa to, you know, from Cape Town to Egypt, to Cairo. You will imagine somebody traveling that way, and when they get to Kenya, you are stuck in the traffic, you are held up there, services and goods held up there, a stream of lorries, and therefore we need to see these monies get into good use. Mr. Speaker, when you come to the counties, the feeder roads are done by the county governments. And the county governments, the monies have been delayed. In Makwiny and all other counties, monies have delayed for, Mr. Speaker, for 2-3 months. And you know, every time you delay, the cost of the delay is very high for all the counties and for the government at large. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, this is something, as a Senate, we should look at and make sure that there's enough pressure to make sure that monies reach the counties at the good time, so that when it comes to salaries, they are paid on time, and the counties don't have to result into borrowing from commercial banks, like Cooperative Bank, who has been kind enough to help a lot of counties across the country. And then, you know, that means the county and the people of Kenya are losing some money into traders. When you look at the railway network on the part of the national government, and even on the part of serving and interconnecting the counties, Mr. Speaker, you should have you know, a network which serves the city. A lot of people will leave their cars at home, and therefore the traffic jams will reduce. And a network which goes into many parts of the country, the railway gauge, just went from Nairobi to Mombasa, and there's an effort to get to Kisumu, which has delayed. And therefore, part of what messed up this was exorbitant prices of the land which was purchased. Yet this land should have been allocated from beginning as part of the railway schedule. And therefore, there was no need to go back to the public to buy land from them. Then when we make this division of revenue bill, we have not taken into consideration of the Auditor General's report, because they have delayed in years, and how better it would have been for us when we make division of revenue bill to have the report of Auditor General ready, and even the report of Commission of Revenue Allocation, which a lot of times raises a lot of questions, because some counties feel that they have been denied money unjustifiably. Mr. Speaker, there is an issue of national functions and county functions. Health is devolved, Mr. Speaker. We should not be seeing these UHCs coming to Parliament almost every day. We should have put them under permanent and pensionable terms. Those who remain in national government do so. Those who be devolved go and find their money with their respective governors. That I don't think has been done very well. You know, when we do the budgets for the counties and for the national government, it should be clear the devolved function and functions, money must follow functions. So if health is devolved, let's have the national government dealing with the policy and the governor dealing with the real issues, hospitals, medication, efficiently at the grassroots. Agriculture is devolved, but a lot of things, including the fertilizers, herbicides, are still being handled at the national government. And the role of the county government or COGs is minimal. And therefore, there is a need to fully implement devolution. Issue of markets. We saw that the national government is the one doing the markets, which is the work of county governments. That money should have been in this division of revenue bill, should have gone to the counties, and the national government would have coordinated the construction. After all, it is the county government which approves the structures, participates in monitoring to make sure they are good, and finally gives approval of occupation. So when you don't devolve those markets, you don't devolve housing generally, most of the land where the housing project is being done, which we are paying for daily, and we hope that the deserving people get these houses, and that because we have already paid for them, they should be affordable truly. But the sort of monies you are talking about is that it's like we have not subsidized the prices of those houses. There has been questions, even there was a big debate this morning on television, Citizen Television, on what has happened and how these consultants are very unhappy with the consultation fee, and therefore they have done a poor job. And it's up to each county to make sure that their buildings are sound, the contractors do a good job, and that they can eventually give a certificate of occupation, and that we will not see the situation we saw in Mombasa. A house being brought down, having killed somebody, and the developer who was not monitored properly by both the national government and the county government. Mr. Speaker, ends up, having to use county money, because I'm sure the county of Mombasa is going to be sued. And we are going to lose money we have given them through the division of revenue bill to carelessness and negligence, Mr. Speaker. Therefore, the whole building will be, has to be accounted for, and the people who died there, houses which cracked around, that becomes an unnecessary expenditure because somebody did not do their job right. And this is what we are saying, that must be prudent use of our money. This division revenue bill contains our debts. We borrow money. We have a lot of corruption in the country. The structures to fight corruption are not devolved, and a lot of time the fight against corruption has become political instead of actual. Therefore, you end up having people intimidated in the pretense that the corruption is being fought. And therefore, there is every need to make sure national level we have serious fight against corruption, ethics followed. When we advertise tenders in both county and national government, it's like a determined tender, Mr. Speaker. It's like that tender, even if it is being published in the newspapers, the person who is going to do the tender is known. And that's how we end up with a job which is not well done by the contractors for failure to monitor by the counties and the national government. Mr. Speaker, the Treasury and the bank, the central bank, Mr. Speaker. You saw a report saying that there was low absorption of money in the counties. But what is the practice? Money goes to central bank. We have allocated to a county. The people need roads. They need water, which is devolved. We have major projects like a Vision 2030. In the case of makwiny, we have the Konza City, which we expected by now would be employing a lot of young people. We have Fake Dam, which has never been completed, got stuck only with 6% to go. Farmers will be doing a lot of irrigation right now and raising, money for themselves and their families. But when That is not well done by Treasury. And then you give an excuse that the monies which have gone to the county is hitting the accounts now when you are doing the closing the year. Then the counties haven't worked. Then you blame the Senate and the governors. You say we are not monitoring them properly, yet Treasury and Central Bank delayed the money. And then give so many conditions so that by the time you make the money operational, time is up, and the same money is sent back for the allocation for the next year. So you have delay and delay and delay, and then you blame the counties. Let the monies get to the counties in good time. And I believe the counties and the governors will work, and we also do our work to make sure that we check the counties properly, and we make sure that everything is done as it should be. So, Mr. Speaker, there has been those challenges, administrative challenges. Yes, you have passed this bill. Yes, there are monies at the national level. Yes, there are monies for the counties. But this money never gets to the counties in good time. And the condition given at Central Bank are such that you end up not doing anything in the counties, not for the making of the county government, not for the making of the national government, not for the making of the Senate. And therefore, it is important, Mr. Speaker, that the Senate really now, through this division of revenue bill, does the necessary monitoring and the necessary summoning of the relevant institutions to come and explain why the delays, yet Kenyans have paid taxes. Why will you waste time at the Treasury? Why will the Central Bank hold these monies and not release them in good time to the governors, making it difficult for everybody in the country? If governance was very efficient, Mr. Speaker, we will not have these delays. We will not have these challenges. We really want to have responsible permanent secretaries, responsible CSS, responsible directorates, and especially in Treasury, that's where even ministries have to go and beg and get taken around in circles by technocrats. And finally, projects like Thwake doesn't take off. Many other projects in the country. Recently, I went to Nyeri and realized the dual carriage to Nyeri town got stuck somewhere. For the last 2 years, very little activity has been happening. We just don't want dual carriages, Mr. Speaker, just going to Nyeri. We want dual carriages going to different parts of the country, Mr. Speaker, so that there is easy movement of goods and services. It should not only be in certain regions. We want the northern corridor opened up, Mr. Speaker. We went to Turkana County, and I must thank the leadership of Senate for this. It opened up our eyes. We did the committees there. We went to Lake Turkana, realized that the fish, which gives the thread, which is used to operate, or no people go through surgery in the world, come from Lake Turkana, in Turkana County. And that fish is so important. And you can imagine how rare that fish is and how rare that commodity is. Mr. Speaker, and we are the ones supply the whole world. You can imagine how many operations go on everywhere in the world. And that's a big resource in Turkana. That corridor, security should be provided. That is the place which should be like Mombasa. Instead of people going to the coast, people should also be going to big hotels along that important lake, fishing going on there, and making the communities there, live well, just like many other communities in the country. And this is where, devolution is important. We have to actualize it. But when the division of revenue bill is the way it is, when will we ever develop such a county with so much resources for the country? That is where oil has been discovered. That's where a lot of underground water has been discovered, which can be used for irrigation. They have wonderful soils. They have wonderful people. How do we open up the northern Kenya to have cities and to have big trading centers? Because the people there are very hardworking and access credit and then be assisted by the county governments. For example, Mr. Speaker, we have a cooperative movement. We have cooperatives which should be implemented by the counties. We have a new act now here we are debating, which is even in the list today as one of the businesses of the House, to strengthen the cooperative movement, Mr. Speaker, so that people can generate their money, Mr. Speaker. People can generate income, and people can then, after generating income, pay taxes, and the country can proudly sit down and make a better budget than we have today. But what do we have, Mr. Speaker? We have low collection of taxes. We have low collection from the counties, Mr. Speaker. The money is not in circulation, Mr. Speaker. Some businessmen, some individuals are holding this money for their own benefits. It's not in circulation. And small businesses have died in the counties, in the markets. People used to thrive. Goods used to move faster. But the common Kenyan does not have a purchase power, Mr. Speaker. The youth are not gainfully employed, Mr. Speaker. The youth, now, Mr. Speaker, you see them in Nairobi every Sunday afternoon or Saturday afternoon, doing some wonderful jigs, which they send into social media, and they are able to send them around, and through that they earn a living. That space, Mr. Speaker, should be expanded so that even in the counties people can generate income. Mr. Speaker, unless we export, our coffee, our tea, our mangoes, our oranges, which come from the counties, and there are no proper structures there to make sure that these exports go very well. There are brokers who are frustrated coffee farmers and tea farmers. Mr. Speaker, if we export, that's the time we get a good exchange rate with the rest of the world. And Mr. Speaker, we are importing more than we are expecting. So in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, the engine of commerce in the country is this division of revenue bill. We have now come here to share very little. We should be sharing much better if the people of the country get an opportunity to work, generate income, pay taxes, and do business in the country, so that all can benefit and Kenya can prosper. I thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support.
Thank you, Senator Manzo. Honorable members, we don't seem to have any other member interested in contributing to this particular motion, and in the circumstances, therefore, we shall defer putting of the question, noting that the majority leader who sponsored the bill is not in the House. We shall defer a reply to the next sitting of the House, that is tomorrow. Honorable Senators, for convenience of the House, I will reorganize the order paper and ask that order number 14 be called out. Clerk, please.
Order number 14, the Creative Economy Support Bill, Senate Bills number 30 of 2024, second reading, resumption of debate.
Honorable members, this is supposed to be a resumption of the debate that was interrupted on Thursday, the 15th of May, 2025. This bill is sponsored by Senator Eddie Okech, who is not present in the House. The same is hereby deferred again to the next sitting. Clerk, next order. Honorable members, as regards order number 14, that's the Creative Economic Support Bill, Senate Bills number 30 of 2024, equally has got no interested members to contribute. We shall therefore defer the reply by the mover to the next sitting of the House, that is tomorrow. Now, Honorable Senators, it is now 6:30 p.m., time to adjourn the Senate. The Senate therefore stands adjourned until tomorrow, Thursday, 22nd of May, 2025 at 2:30 p.m.